Okay, should be live. Let's see. All right. So tonight is going to be more up to you guys. It's a AMA. I try to do these, ask me anything style videos, more open forum. Uh, at least once a month. I know that sometimes I can ignore the chat more than I should. But I try and get to everybody's comments in the live chat when I am streaming every single week. But sometimes the chat is moving quickly, and sometimes also I'm lost in my own thoughts. So I try and do this once a month, where around once a month, where we can just kind of leave it up to you guys, and it can be about the chat. And also tonight, we're going to look at some prime number patterns that I have just messed with over the years. Don't really know exactly what they mean, but I think they're very interesting. We're going to look at some symmetry patterns in numbers and in number sequences that are just fascinating. And we're also going to discuss just a prediction about prime numbers that I have and why. So we have a few things to discuss. I also included in the title, discussing my kind of journey to theism, and we will touch on that as well. I kind of discussed bits and pieces of it in every single stream, but in this one, we can go into it a bit more in depth because we have the time. So if you have any questions, please comment them in the live chat. If you are watching this live, if you are not watching this live, then please comment them down in the comment section below. I will, even if you're not watching this live, I will look at those comments afterwards, and I will include your question if you put one in a future Ask Me Anything. Also, please hit the like button. It really, really helps. I really appreciate it. Please share this with anybody that you think would be interested. Hit the bell notification, everything that people are constantly telling you to do on YouTube that I should be better about saying, but I'm not. So here we go. So there's, I hope the stream did not cut out. Let's see. Hopefully the stream did not cut out. Okay. Yeah, hopefully the stream didn't cut out. I hit the back button on my the behind the scenes part of YouTube. That it doesn't seem like it makes it go out though. That's good. That's very good to know. All right, so let's talk about prime numbers a little bit. It's going to be a little bit more, as they say, esoteric of an episode, which is a word I just despise. Esoteric it really means hidden. It's like knowledge or wisdom that is hidden. And that's something that would be really good to talk about tonight too, is like wisdom and unearned wisdom, which isn't even wisdom, and the danger of it, because it's been quite a phenomenon that I've seen in society lately. And it's always an issue for humanity, but I think it has its periods. It certainly has its ebbs and flows. And we are in a flow, I guess you would say. My wife keeps telling me to drink more water, and so does my daughter now. She goes, "Drink water, Dada." She's right. So, but here, let's go to prime numbers. This is just, I'm going to show a lot of Excel tonight, probably, just because it's interesting, and I haven't done it in a while. Just know this is, I'm showing you something in Excel, it's pretty much in a document that I use as my working document. So it might look a little schizophrenic. But here. So this is very interesting. This is just a bunch of sequences and numbers that I have. And I used to spend a lot of time thinking about the actions of God in the process of creation, and how those impact or could be represented through numerical symmetries and through numbers and through mathematical actions like addition and subtraction and division. So what's very interesting is that on a fundamental level, what you realize is that addition and subtraction are the same thing. We're going to probably just go deep into the weeds of math in this episode, and I'll probably change the title. But on a fundamental level, when we're talking about fundamental existence represented by quantities, starting with 1, not starting with 0, starting with 1, addition and subtraction are always the same action, but just viewed from two different perspectives. And multiplication and division are also two different perspectives of the same action. And a good way to represent this is if we're starting with 1 in fundamental existence, because you can't start with 0, because that would mean that would be non-existence, and non-existence can't exist. So existence exists by definition, and there's only one of them. There's only one existence. That existence is proposed in Sentient Singularity Theory to be a sentient being. It is someone and that feels and has will, just like we feel and we have will. It takes actions, just like we take actions. And those actions are in accordance with God's will. God is sentient existence. And we're starting with one existence. And so this is extremely constraining, starting with 1. It's all constraining, in fact. And to not start with 1 would actually be completely unconstrained, which actually means there's no possibility of causality. Because causality requires constraint. Constraints. It requires that if you do this, then this will happen. And if you start with 1, because of just the specificity of it, the limited nature of 1, it's all constraining, I would say, or extremely constraining. I don't want to say all constraining because choice is still a possibility always. But let's imagine you start with 1 cake. It's funny. It's interesting. What's his name? The actor that everybody said was like crazy, and after he went on Joe Rogan, and I did a stream on him. I don't think he's crazy. I just think he's intense. But and not saying he's right about everything, but he certainly also does see something that most people don't, and he's also certainly intense. But oh gosh, what is his name? Man, somebody help me in the chat. He was in Iron Man, but not Iron Man 2. He was replaced. Oh, I'm having a mind fart, brain fart. So, Terrence Howard. Yeah. So, Terrence Howard said something like this. Let's see, maybe I can find it. Howard. 1 times 1. He said this.
He says it's not true that if you have one...
That's a reaction, right?
He says it's not true that if you have $1 times $1, you get $1. And he's correct. $1 times $1 doesn't equal $1. However, okay, let me say it like this. $5 times $1 does not equal $5. But 5 times $1 equals $5. If you have 2 apples and someone multiplies your apples by 3, then you have 6 apples. But if you have 2 apples and someone multiplies your apples by 3 apples, you're just you have WTF amount of apples. Like he says, it's not true that if you have $1 times $1, you.
That's true. I mean, I don't even know. Again, like Kurt says, you have WTF amount of apples. Like I don't. It's there. I don't have the words for it either. Maybe we can try and think about it during the stream. What's up, Torin? But let's say you have one cake, okay, and that's the only cake. But it's on one plate basically, and you want to create a second plate of cake, and so you want to have 2 plates with cake on it, or 2 plates of cake. And so what you have to do is, once you create a plate basically, but let's just assume a plate, is you have to subtract some cake from the one cake that you have, and to add cake to the other plate. So in order to add a plate of cake to one plate of cake, you have to subtract some cake from the one cake. And what it actually does is it adds another plate of cake. Okay. So if you have 2 plates and you want 2 plates of cake and you have cake on one plate, in order to add cake to the plate with no cake on it, you have to subtract cake from the plate with cake on it. Okay. And this is how fundamental addition and subtraction really works, is because you're starting with one existence. You can't add in anything from the outside. So ignore the plates. It's just like, just easier to speak about. But, because when we cut a cake in half, or when we take cut a piece of cake out of another, out of a cake, you don't say, now I have 2 cakes, just because it's not practical to speak that way, because actually, you have a piece of cake, but really, like, you have 2 cakes, just one, in 2 different shapes. But it's what you have to, on a fundamental level, addition and subtraction are the same action viewed from 2 different perspectives. That's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm trying to show. So when you start with one and there's nothing that you can add in from the outside, in order to add, you have to subtract. And this adds a quantitative unit. So you had 1 plate of cake, now you have 2 plates of cake. And you can keep doing this, but you have to subtract every single time from 1 plate of cake to make another plate of cake, to add another plate of cake. And then let's think about multiplication and division. And so this is much easier to even think about, as because we can think about cells. So imagine you have 1 cell and you need to create another cell. How do you multiply if you are a cell? By dividing. You divide yourself in order to multiply. That is how you multiply if you're a cell, unless you are an egg or a sperm cell. But when they combine, they start multiplying. And so this is just an easier representation than the cake thing, just because it's much more easily understood as closer to what we're trying to actually think about. It is because we're talking about sentient beings. We're talking about cells multiplying by dividing, which is God is a sentient being. He's the first sentient being, and he's an eternal sentient being, because there's no way for existence to not be sentient. It has to be sentient because it is self-contained and entirely self-referential, and an entirely self-referential, entirely self-contained information system is aware of itself, because what else is it? It is informed of itself by itself, because what else can it be informed about? And so this is what I think about when I'm thinking about these number sequences. And you can certainly, you get much more complex patterns emerge. I don't even want to say complex, but you get more involved and or detailed patterns that evolve and in these sequences. I don't like the term complex. Complex, let's like look that up. The etymology. Complex definition versus etymology. Complex, the definition is consisting of many different and connected parts. In mathematics, denoting or involving numbers or quantities containing both a real and an imaginary part. Interesting. I don't even know what that means. Imaginary. I mean, I know imaginary numbers existing only in the imaginary number. Imaginary number. Imaginary numbers are numbers defined as the square root of negative numbers. Usually expressed as the product of a real number and the imaginary unit I, where square root of -1 and I squared is equal to -1. Huh. They're crucial to modeling wave patterns, oscillations, and rotations. Behavior in engineering and physics, including electricity and quantum mechanics. Okay, so, I want to propose a different imaginary number. 0. 0 is an imaginary number. -1 is an imaginary number as well. -2, -3. Any negative number is an imaginary number. And 0 is probably it's the first imaginary number. And the reason for this is it doesn't exist in fundamental reality. There is no such thing as an empty set. There is no such thing as nothingness or no oneness. That's really what it is. It's that there's no such thing as no oneness. Isn't that amazing? Think about that statement. I've never said that before out loud. People say there's no such thing as nothing, but that's actually not necessarily true. If you it just depends on how you define nothing. If you define thing as a non-sentient object or concept or whatever, then yeah, at some point there, when there's just God and only God, then there's nothing. But that doesn't mean there's no one. There's someone, and that someone is God. And so what it really is that there is no such thing fundamentally as no oneness. Think about what that means for the concept of 0. 0 means no oneness. It doesn't mean nothing. It means no one, no quantities, the absence of quantity. That's what it means. That doesn't exist fundamentally. It's impossible because existence by definition is singular, and existence by definition exists eternally. I mean, there's not even time to think about if you understand where time comes from, or the perception of time, which really is just causality beyond you. It's just causality beyond someone, beyond anyone else, beyond oneself. That's what it means. Causality beyond oneself is the passage of time, is just actions happening around you that you didn't cause or that you can't control. And so the actions of others, of other sentient beings, the actions of your cells cause aging. The actions of of the people around you, the actions of God, the actions of atoms, they all these someones around you have their own will and goals, and they are going about existences, their lives, you could say, trying to accomplish those goals. And you have your goals. And so this causes the observation of the passage of time. But regardless, but my point is that unless there's multiplicity of sentience, prior to multiplicity of sentience, there is no time, because there's no change happening around you. And so when people say God is eternal, people usually think that means like infinite. Infinity is not eternal. It's different. Eternal just means beyond time. Like it's whereas like I would say eternal has no beginning and no end, really, you could say. And infinity has a beginning and no end. So that's the difference between infinite and eternal. It's like one has a starting place but no ending place, and eternal has no start or end. It just is. But getting back to zero is just literally it is a concept on a fundamental level. It is just a concept. Like the idea of nothing, of no oneness. That is a concept that we can think about, but it is not something that can exist. And gosh, that's amazing. No oneness. That is the definition of zero. Like if you wrote out the definition of zero, or you thought it out, you were like, what does zero really mean? People say, oh, it's an empty set. It means absence. Absence of what? Absence of number of quantities. Okay, what are quantities? They are ones, just a series of ones. Just depends on how many ones. And so no oneness is zero. That's amazing. That's, language is so incredible because it just, when you hit on something like that, it is it's confirming. It's confirming. That's what I'll say. It's confirming. Because there has to be a logic built into language, and we often screw that up, that language, that logic up, and we don't even realize it. But that's why I look up the etymology of words and not just the definition. But like here we look up imaginary, existing only in the imagination. That's what zero is. The concept of no oneness is imaginary. It's something we can think about, but it's not even really something we can think about because we're thinking about it. Like you'd have to think about it without thinking about it in order to really think about it, and you can't. So, and again, that's another instance where language is kind of confirming of when it's properly done. But look up zero. Zero. The meaning of zero is the arithmetical symbol zero, denoting the absence of all magnitude or quantity. Exactly what I said. I failed math twice in high school, by the way. But I was the best student in my stats class in college, in both my statistics classes in college. So I don't know what that means to you, but it is just interesting because I'm probably think about math and numbers or quantities and language. Even I failed English in high school. I just didn't go to class in high school. That's the problem. It's not that it was hard. It was boring, and so I skipped. But now I think about language and numbers and math probably more deeply than anybody else that I went to school with. That doesn't mean I know as much about known linguistics or known mathematics as people I went to school with. I know I don't. I'm not, cool. But but I certainly think about them more deeply, probably. But, to combine the two, no oneness is zero. So the absence of quantity. Acting as an additive entity in mathematics, it serves as a crucial placeholder in positional rotation. No, positional notation. We're going to talk about rotation in a minute. Separates positive from negative numbers and signifies the lowest point. Nullity, or the origin on a measurement scale. My daughter stole my tape measure. I had a tape measure around here, and I was letting my daughter mess with it. And I gave her my rulers too. So I have nothing. I have no measurement scale around me actually right now. Oh wait, no. Here we go. She stole my ruler. She didn't steal my measurement tape. Yeah. So I mean, if you think about like measuring something, you start here. I mean, I'm just thinking about this, but this is for measuring, space-time. That's for measuring things and just so that we can kind of like relate them and organize them in a kind of, or conceive of them even spatially in relation to other things in space. None of that has to do with fundamental existence, which is sentient someone's, which is really where quantity comes from. Like the very fact that numbers exist, that anything exists, is because someone exists. And so even the concept of, I mean, there'd be no concepts of it at all if there was no one, because there'd be no one to conceptualize of anything. But we need to recognize that context matters when we're talking about numbers. So when Terrence Howard says you can't multiply 3 apples by 3 apples, and now you have 9 apples. It's you get WTF amount of apples. Like you get the error message on a calculator because it doesn't make sense. But you can add 1 to 1 fundamentally, and you do it by subtracting from 1. Sum from 1. That's really what it is. It's like you subtract sum from 1 to make another one within the one, within God. It's very interesting. And, you think about like how we talk about people, be fruitful and multiply in words of Jesus, and God. Well, actually, I don't know if it was Jesus that said that or God. I know people will be like, they're the same. I don't think that's true, but for another day. I do think, I mean, I said I'd talk about theism. I do think Jesus is Messiah. It doesn't matter though, like, because it just matters who God thinks is the Messiah. That's really what matters. So I don't like talk about it very much because it's not my place, but I don't think that he claimed to be God. I think he actually made statements that indicate that he wasn't, especially like at the end of his life, his first life at least. So be fruitful and multiply from Genesis. Okay, yeah, it's God in the Torah. That's what I thought. Is God's commandment to humanity, instructing Adam and Eve to create offspring, fill the earth, exercise stewardship over creation. It appears again in Genesis 9:1. You know what's really interesting? Speaking of Genesis 9:1, we'll talk about numbers a bit. The numbers in the Bible are not arbitrary. There's no numbers anywhere that are arbitrary. Just like language, the number that occurs in a certain place in reality, the quantity that occurs is constrained and causally defined. That doesn't mean that there's no degree of freedom, but there are constraints, and certain quantities are associated with certain concepts because of the necessity of certain symmetry patterns in the mind in order to make sense of things. So, like differentiation, the mental process of differentiation requires a binary symmetry, because this and that, this and not this, that and not this, like there, no matter what, it's a binary symmetry pattern. In conceptually, we can change the wording of it. You can be like, this or that. This is a cat and this is a dog, so therefore they are different. This cat is not a dog. This cat is not a cat. It's like, no matter what, it is binary symmetry that you're creating. It's if then, because that's really how you think about either or, is if or then. Even cause and effect has a binary, like the idea, the conceptualization of causality is a binary symmetry pattern as well. It's not just binary; it's more than that. But action reaction, or like cause and effect, this is a binary symmetry pattern in the process in the mind. It's like conceiving of that. And categorization is a triadic symmetry pattern in the mind. So, because it's otherwise, why not just use differentiation? Why not? You're building on differentiation with in a different and you're kind of adding a new concept on top of differentiation with categorization. So categorization would be, we know that these things are different, that we have a bunch of things, we know that these things are different from each other and have differences and also similarities. And so what we're going to do is we're going to try and break them into categories, organize them into categories according to their differences and similarities. And that is a triadic symmetry pattern that your mind does. You're adding kind of it might even be quadratic. I need to think more about it a bit, to be honest, but it is definitely more than binary. What is it? It'd be like you have to. Yeah, it would be. I guess I got to think about it a bit, but it's at least triadic, because it's built. You already have differentiation built in. You already observe and conceive of differentiation, and then you're basically adding another concept on top of that would be like an attribute, like a specified attribute. And I don't know if there's anything else on top of that. Need to think about it, but probably it's definitely at least that. And so the mind has certain symmetry patterns that it goes through. That's why we see the primary and secondary colors and the orders of operations in mathematics. It's like, why do we see? It's not that there's 6 different operations in mathematics fundamentally. Emergently or relativistically, yes, there's addition and subtraction are different, but fundamentally, in a fundamental context, they are the same. So, like I said, context matters. So, you can't multiply 5 apples times 5 apples, but could you multiply one person by one person? Yeah, we do it. But what's interesting is that like in a fundamental context, the definition of multiplication is a little, it kind of just is a little different. It means like, I guess it's, no matter what, you're always adding 1. So Whereas like if you multiply something by 3 in a non-fundamental context, you're like, I don't know, you just say, let's say you have, I don't know, just the number 3 lines on a page, and you have to do a multiplication problem in school, and they're like, okay, multiply the 1 line by 3. What do you, and now have 3 lines? I don't know, something like that. But it's all conceptual. Like in reality, you don't really when you're using multiplication that way. It's not actual, because you don't multiply something by something else, like Terrence Howard said. And so it's tough because we don't think about math like this. We use math just purely practically, relativistically, in a relativistic context, and it's very useful. It helps. I mean, I build things all the time. I built half of this bookshelf that's you can't see, but I have a bookshelf, and I added another shelf to it that sticks onto built it out of aluminum and some PVC board. And I installed magnets on it. I put magnets on it and put magnets on the bookshelf, and then I added that shelf on top of it, and it sticks on with magnets, so you can remove it and put it on and take it back off, because I needed another shelf. It's neat, but it required a lot of measuring, and that's practical. That's like practical math in a relativistic context, but it's important to be able to do that kind of stuff. But I do think that there's also something that's important about understanding the math, or not math, because math is kind of a language, I would say, but which language is transformative. But I would say that, like, it is important to understand quantity in a fundamental context, because it is the basis of theism, which is the basis of morality. It is the basis of wisdom. It is the basis of direction and self-awareness. Honestly, like, I would just say wisdom. I don't want to say self-awareness. That's going to be too confusing, but it is very important. So we're going to get to it though, and we're going to show some mathematical transformations in number sequences. Okay, let's go to the chat. If God is multiplying by dividing, then this is the will of God. Then why does man seek the singularity? What do you mean man seeks the singularity? Did you mean the singularity of God? Or singularity, like everybody's just constantly trying to find the singularity of a black hole, or understand it, or understand the singularity of the beginning of the universe? There's a reason. It is amazing that we use singularity for those in those instances, because it's probably actually more appropriate than people think. But because if you look to the very beginning of the universe and you look past it, what would you see conceptually, imaginatively? Someone. God. You'd see someone. You'd see a being, a singularity. So sentient singularity, actually, like sentient singularity theory. So it's interesting that we use a term there, and people will say that, in math, singularities are created, but singularity in math. I hate when people say, like, math, singularity in a mathematical context, singularity in a physics context, and it's those definitions that they use are always assumed to be like the technical and respectable definitions. But that word existed prior to any quantum mechanics, and it existed prior to any one, talking about black holes. So it just means someone. It's what it means. It means a singularity. A mathematical singularity is a point where a function, surface, or equation becomes undefined, infinite, or ceases to be well behaved. Basically, the point in which we don't know what's going on anymore. That's what it means. And what it really is it's where all of a sudden the boundary between relativity in a conceptual context and relativity, which is mathematics, and relativity in a physical context in physics, hits the wall of or hits its own boundary, which is, someone. Because relativity occurs in the context of someone's actions. So like if you're following action, cause and cause and cause and cause and cause and cause, if you're following a causal chain, at the end of the causal chain, you're going to, like dominoes, you follow this line of dominoes that's just, eventually you're going to hit someone's finger just going like this. You're going to hit someone. And that would be God in this context. But it's like where just there's no more relativity. But yeah, it's funny that like they'll say like singularities in mathematics, singularities in physics. And if you don't use the term like that, then you're seen as like I don't know, someone who's just trying to sound sciencey. They'll be like, stop using words like singularity and hadron. Somebody told me once, don't you use the word, get that word hadron out of your mouth. I was like, no, it's not your word. But singularity really isn't a physics word. It pre-existed physics. And to any of our currently known mathematical theories, singularity as a concept definitely existed. Singularities. What is it, like an asymptote? I don't know. There's like a picture of an asymptote in math where like something approaches a line on a graph, approaches another line on a different axis, and then gets ever closer and ever closer and ever closer forever, but never hits it. I don't know if that would be considered a singularity, but there's a picture of it. Isolated singularities, points surrounded by a region where the function is otherwise well behaved. Functions approaching infinity. Such as f of z is equal to 1 divided by z at z is equal to 0. I'm not saying that this isn't a useful equation. I'm just saying like that I don't speak math that fluently enough to know what that means, because I don't know what f is and I don't know what z is standing for. If you don't look at that and you're like, and you see somebody that knows what that means, just know that it's just the difference between you and them is one of you speaks Spanish and the other one doesn't. That's it. It's not that they are so smart because they know math. They just know a language that you don't. And it's not difficult to learn a language if you really are immersed in it and naturally immersed in it. But if you're trying to learn it out of context, then yeah, it's always going to be difficult. It's like why I never got good at Spanish, even though it was my minor in college for a year. And I took it in high school, and I'm from Tucson, Arizona. I can understand a decent amount, but I didn't want to learn Spanish because I wanted to be immersed in Spanish and I was interested in Spanish. I wanted to learn how to speak Spanish because I thought it would be useful, and I also thought it would make me cool. Like my dad speaks fluent Spanish, and I saw so many instances of him like resolving situations, because I grew up in Tucson near the border, and just resolving situations and being able to handle himself and around people that I wouldn't be able to communicate with. And I thought it was so cool, and I wanted to be like that. I dropped Spanish eventually because I never did my homework. You have to like be immersed in it. And same thing with math. You can't just like learn it for the test and then leave and then expect to be able to speak math. You have to immerse yourself in it. Like any other language. I don't know what FFC means. Let's see. The function f of z. Okay. It's the Mandelbrot. Oh no, it's not the Mandelbrot equation. I don't know what it is. Gotta look. It's coming up, but their videos are like long, and I don't want to. Actually, let's just maybe look.
This question is to find the Taylor series if of f.
Okay, this is way too much that I like symbols that I don't understand, so we're not going to look at it. But it's just a language. Let's go to the chat again. I think of zero not as nothingness, but as the point of perfect balance. All the numbers on either side of zero, positive and negative, zero out, as if they are equal distance from zero. Yeah, I used to say, I have a video on my channel that I said that zero is equal to infinity, because if you look at it, the symbol of it, it is the actuality of kind of infinity. Is like, it's just continuous. But it's still within a singularity. It's because it's a circle. It's self-contained infinity. But and also because I said if you add all the positive numbers going to infinity and all the negative numbers going to infinity, so you're adding infinity to infinity, you get zero. And so that means that zero must be like equal to infinity in some context. And the thing is that I would say is like that's still relativistic conceptualization. A negative number is an imaginary number. I'm not going to say it actually is. Let's see, imaginary numbers. Negative numbers. Yeah, imaginary number. Product of a real number and an imaginary unit, which is defined by the property. Okay, the square of an imaginary number. Let's see. Yeah, see, I think that when I think of imaginary like numbers, I actually think it might be better. I'm not saying that this doesn't apply to this, because I'm not well versed enough to understand this right now. I need to like think more about it, and it's been a while since anybody has really tried to explain imaginary numbers to me, like in their current definition. But years. But if you think about any negative number and zero, I think that they are kind of like definitionally imaginary in a fundamental context, but not necessarily in a relativistic context. And that's why probably they're not thought of as imaginary, because mathematics as a field is really just a language, and it's just linguistics, but with different symbols and terms. And then language is conceptual, like that. It is fundamentally conceptual. So that means it's fundamentally kind of relativistic or not fundamental, non-fundamental. But I see what you're saying, and I get it. But I would say fundamentally, though, I'm not saying you're wrong. Just saying that in the context that I'm talking about, which is the context of fundamental existence, which is the context of someoneness, which is really like where quantity is reality, like is in someone. You are someone. I am someone. Together we are some two. But there is no absence there. It's impossible. Someone always has existed, and that at least God. And so there, zero as a concept, like I said, it means no oneness. And there's always someone at least. There's no such thing as no oneness in fundamental existence. On the sentient level, which is most fundamental. It's just, I still can't get over the fact that like no oneness is the definition of zero. That's amazing. But really, like a -2, -3, -1, like these are really just actions, but the quantities there's still only one. You know, you add a -1, you're just subtracting 1. It's the same. You're still dealing with the same quantity. It's not a separate quantity, -1 than 1. It's differently applied, or it's differently perceived, but it's not a different quantity. -1 and 1 is still just 1. And same with 2 and -2. Okay. I like to think of it as that space behind you, or or what happens when you fall asleep, the darkness or unawareness. The ink is what I sometimes think of it as zero. I mean, I don't think that even that exists. I think you're still in a place of feeling when you are asleep. That's why people can wake you up. That's why you have dreams. Sometimes you don't remember them, but I think that there's no point in our existence from the time we are created onward that we are not feeling, unless God destroys you, and which usually means, or deletes you, which basically usually means that you actually have deleted your own self, your own soul, basically, and there's just a body left, and eventually he deletes the body, and there's just no one home. So when feeling is purely bodily and not soulfully anymore, when the body goes away, there's just no one left. But if there's still a soul there, then you continue to feel too. I think most people end up being saved, or you just enter the save state, which is instead of or the save space instead of the change space. It's like a desktop versus when you save a file to a Word document to a folder and you've closed it, it doesn't change anymore, but it's still there. If you do that with a soul of someone, then that someone still exists, and so when someone exists, they feel by definition. Anyone that is someone, which is everyone, is defined as someone because they feel. Someone feels. Something that's not someone does not feel. Something that is someone feels. So you're still aware of things, of some things at least. That doesn't mean you can see spatially. It just means you can feel others. And you probably know who they are. Because it's probably easier to know who they are. There's a rabbi that I follow. His name is Manis Friedman, and he talks about sex and intimacy and marriage and dating and just gender, things like that, especially. And he's one of the wisest speakers on those topics. And he talks about sex and how the best, the ideal sex that you can have with your spouse is always with your spouse, in the context of marriage, obviously, but also it's without speaking to each other, without saying anything, without the lights on. He said all of what we see is actually when we're trying to be with someone. Anything that we see with our eyes is actually a boundary. It's a veil. It's not like turning off the lights gets you further away from someone. It gets you closer, because you're not focusing on something, focusing on someone, because you can't see something, you can't see anything. So, and so in speaking, again, is a veil. It's like you're putting a representation out there, and it's not necessarily, it's never exactly, it's always a dilution, maybe even a convolution of what is actually going on in someone's with someone who is the speaker, because maybe they're saying something that isn't true. People do it all the time during sex, and it's not good. You should be married to somebody who you can be honest with always. But and you should be, and also, even if they're telling you the truth, as soon as they say it, it's the past by the time you hear it. And so it's a veil between you two. And I think that that's fascinating and true. You know, it's interesting. It's like you're trying, the goal is to get close to someone, even when you're thinking about God. It's not to get close to something, it's just to get close to someone. So if you're thinking about God is infinite, God is this, God is that, God is all powerful, where it really means the most powerful. These are things about God, but they're not who God is. That's why it's probably the best way to focus on getting closer to God is through prayer, not for even like things that you want, or but gratitude, being like, I thank you for this. You know, it's like you don't thank, if there's no one there, you don't thank anyone. But if you thank someone for whatever they do for you. And so you're like, it's very realigning when you're like, and I have to do this sometimes, you know, I'll get frustrated that something isn't going the way that I want. Something isn't on time in my life that I want. I don't want to say on time, on my time. I saw somebody shared this, something about this on Instagram, and I think I might have even shared it to my story, but today, I think, actually. And is basically like, you know, when you're frustrated, it's because you're focused on, you think that things should happen on your timeline, but things will happen on God's timeline. And so he's wiser and he has way more considerations than we do, because he just sees more. Like, he has a vantage point that we don't have. He can see everyone all at once, and we can't. It's like, it's good to just be like, take a breath and like be grateful for what you currently have in the moment. I talked about this last stream, is like the best way to actually clear your mind, which is such a stupid statement, because again, you're talking about someone. Mind is never clear. You're always feeling something. That is, you might not be thinking, but like your mind is filled with feelings fundamentally. And it is, those feelings motivate thoughts, but they can motivate thoughts, but you can not think, but you cannot not feel. And so you can't say clear your mind. You know, when Sam Harris is like, clear your mind, just focus on your breath. Just your breath, just focusing on your breath. There is some wisdom in kind of attached to what he's saying, but he's not able to express it, I don't think, properly. What you're trying to do is focus on the present completely, which is just you're trying to feel the present moment. Not feel about the past, because that requires thinking. Not feel about the future, because that requires thinking. But feel the present. Not feel about the present, feel the present. And like, that isn't clearing your mind. it is, it's maybe it's making it more clear, but it's not cleared. It's not empty. That's what I'll say. It's not empty. It's just present. So when you thank God for things that you already have, it's like a combination of the two things where you're like, your mind is as clear as it can possibly be, and you are as aware as you can possibly be, and of yourself and of the nature of existence as beyond you as a whole. Which, because you're acknowledging that there is someone else who has, a lot of power in your life, and so you're thanking them for it, because again, you don't say thank you if there's no one to thank. My daughter walks around, she goes, I sorry. She started saying that this week, and she doesn't fully understand like what it means, and so when she walks around my office, anytime she gets like constrained and she's like trying to step over like things on the floor or step around my desk, or she bumps into like the wall, she'll be like, I sorry. And you can think about the context that would like give rise to her using this like that, but she doesn't understand that like apologizing is like to someone because you did something to them. It's not just like I'm being careful around things and I might accidentally hit something, she uses it kind of like, excuse me, but which is what people say when they say, sorry, but she says it as she's moving around things instead of people, which is just funny. Speaking of numbers, like another thing, I mean, I talk about this all the time, but it is so fascinating to watch somebody like really learn to use language. My daughter, she'll want a snack, and I'll give her a snack, and then she'll be like, I want more snack, and I'll be like, okay, one more. You can only have one more snack. Or she'll be like, I want to read a book, and we'll read a book, and then we'll read another book and another one, and then I'll be like, okay, one more, that's it. And so she'll be like, okay, one more, that's it. And then she eats the snacks, and then she reads the book, and then she'll go, I want two snack. I want two book. And it's actually brilliant. Like for her to be using this type of statement, because what it shows is that what she's thinking is that snack is snack one. Now she wants snack two. And that book is book one. The last book where I said, this is the last one. This book is the last one. That she's thinking that book is book one. The next book, if I want another book, is book two. And so she'll be like, I want two book. I want two snack, which really means like snack two or like book two. And it's amazing. You have to know your kid in order to like know this. Otherwise, it just sounds like they're speaking gibberish, because you just have to. It's just like language. Like, to understand their language, you have to have the context of all their other words that they use and things that they, do. And just like in order to understand what a certain word means, you have to have the context of a bunch of other words. That, you have to know words that form the etymology of it in order to kind of even guess at what the meaning is. Where really it's like deduce. If you have enough information, it's not even guess, it's deduce what the meaning is. It's just a math equation, a language. But yeah, it's amazing. I was going to talk about that, and I keep forgetting, and this is the perfect episode to talk about it. But my daughter will be like, I want two snack. Just like after I give her, this is the last one. This snack is the last one, which really means snack two. It's brilliant. It's very smart, actually. It shows she's thinking about like, there's 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, then 7, 8, 9, 10. And now she can count from 1 to 10 without, I have a video of it actually. I don't think I'm going to show it, but maybe. But for a while she was going 1, 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 10. That was like how she counted to 10. But now she does all of them. And you could tell that she's like starting to conceive that numbers are associated with sequence. She's starting to tie it to sequence. I don't think she's quite tied it to like quantity of things. But maybe, yeah, she probably has actually. Yes, she has. She definitely has. Because I read books with her at night, and I'll be like, "How many are there of that?" And now she's like, 1, 2, and like she'll point to like, "How many fish are there? 1, 2, 3." But it is amazing to just see that. But yeah, 2 snack. Okay, let's go to the chat. I like the thing. Okay, I'm just hopping in. I didn't listen to the beginning of the presentation. I apologize. Don't apologize. I'm glad you're here. Thank you. An imaginary number is the square root of a negative number. I know that's what it's defined as. But I'm saying that 0 fundamentally, meaning no oneness, is imaginary. As a concept that we can try and conceive of, but we can't even conceive of it. We can like conceive of conceiving it, but we can't really conceive it, because when we think of no oneness, we are actually part of that view. You know, you're trying to think of viewing an empty space, but you are viewing the empty space, and we're talking about like the level of sentience. So you're still present in this. What you're really thinking of, your view of a space. It's not even empty. Like there's no such thing as an empty space outside the context of said space. It could be like, this water bottle is empty or it's full. But when you look spatially at any, or you conceive anything spatially, there is no such thing as conception of absence. Fundamentally, just like absence of everything, there's no such thing at all. That's why it's, we think of like when we say objects in space-time, this is kind of like the way that we think about this basically, just honestly due to schooling, actually doesn't make any sense, because objects are space-time. They are a picture. They are just the shape of space-time, essentially, and also they within the context of our definitions is really what it is. You're not like perceiving things in space. You're perceiving things are space. Really, and time, because it's just things changing in space, or space changing is time. That's a good way to put it. Space changing is time. So, it's interesting, but all of this we have to remember the context. We've deleted the context. Context is always someone, but you're either thinking about someone, or you are someone. You're someone thinking about someone, or you are someone thinking about something. But there's always someone in the equation. So, but I would say 0 is an imaginary concept. It's something that doesn't exist fundamentally. Yes. Relativistically, you can say it does. But even then, the more you think about it, the more it just falls apart, and it's just practical. It's like a practical placeholder, which is exactly what we use it for, even in mathematics and in language, which is fascinating. I mean, math and language have to be tied. Math and spoken language have to be tied. Every number is sort of a singularity because every number is just that number. This is what I want to talk about. Primes. Every number is, you could say, just that number. But when you go deeper, that's not actually true. There are some numbers that are just that number. And then there are some numbers that are not just that number. They are that number, but there are also other numbers. And this is prime numbers. And so I have this theory, and I have no idea how to test it. I don't know if it's possible to test it, but that prime numbers are central to the embodiment of and creation of sentience. So basically, like in Sentient Singularity Theory, there's the levels of sentience right here. Let's just pull it up. Sentientsingularity.com models. And so there's these levels of sentience. These hadrons are presumed to be sentient. You never know because I can't even know whether my dog or my wife is sentient. You can't know I'm sentient, but we assume. I assume hadrons are sentient, protons and neutrons. I assume some atoms, sentient molecules, cells, organisms, even families. What I mean by that is like marriages, at least. And if you're married, then you know that you feel together. If your spouse is an actual, if you're really acting in a married manner, then your spouse cannot have a bad day and you have a good day. It's impossible. If either both of you have a good day, or like and you know it, or neither one of you has a good day. If you didn't know that your spouse was having a bad day because they were like you worked at different places or something, or you were in different places, as soon as you do know that they're having a bad day, you're no longer having a good day. If they're still having a bad day, you're no longer having a good day. It's impossible to not share the feeling. And same thing with a good day it is a shared feeling, and a bad day is a shared feeling. There is no way around it. And when you are together, behaving as marriage, because your fate is tied. That's why everything about your life is dependent upon, or the trajectory of your life and all the really meaningful things about your life is tied to your spouse. The most meaningful things in your life are tied to your spouse, at least I would say. Maybe not every meaningful thing, but the most meaningful things. And so that causes a shared feeling. And that's not true of dating. I remember when my wife and I were dating, we had been dating for years. And we were very serious, as people say, but serious, you're not serious until you're engaged. There's no such thing. You can be monogamous, but you're not serious. You're serious is consequential, like, which really means like, infinitely consequential, really, or at least having the intention of infinite consequentiality. I don't know, but infinite consequence. It's not temporary consequence for whatever happens. But when we were dating, I remember she got into a car accident once, and she was fine, but her car was not, and she was having an awful day after this. Obviously, as anyone would, her bumper was like hanging off their car. She comes driving over to my house, and because we didn't live together yet, and she was just so upset, and her bumper was hanging off her car and it was dragging along the ground. So she's driving and hearing the whole time, which just makes you think about the fact that you're doing even more damage to your car, and potentially, and also that it makes you constantly aware of the damage that just happened. And it makes you, just think that your car is probably in worse shape than it was. Otherwise, other than her bumper, it was fine. But it was scary, and it sucks to get into a car accident no matter what. And she came over, and she was very upset, and I used my Leatherman that I always carry with me. This is a Leatherman Skeletal. It's got like pliers on it, and a screwdriver and a knife. Carry one everywhere you go if you don't already. Like at least a pocket knife of some kind, but I like this because the pliers and everything, and it's so convenient. It's called a Leatherman Skeletal, but you can get other like just a normal pocket knife. I like this one a lot. I just got this. It's definitely now my favorite one. I carry a pocket knife everywhere I go, but it's usually this one because this just has a knife, but it's also basically a fidget spinner. And this, but I don't use it. I don't think of knives as self-defense tools, by the way. They're just, nobody feels anything in a fight with a knife, especially with a knife. So it's not a good self-defense tool, but they're very useful. And I pulled out my Leatherman and I cut the bumper of her car off because bumpers are not made of metal anymore. And then it was not making any more noise. And it really like helped her mental state. But after she left, I had had a good day up until then. And then she showed up and I wasn't having a bad day either. It wasn't my car. I felt bad for her, but I wasn't like, this sucks, about our life. I was just like, I feel bad for her. I want to help her. But it's, I don't have to pay for the car and it's not, my responsibility to get it fixed. I just need to help her in this moment. And then I helped her and I helped her relax a bit. And then after I cut the bumper off of her car, and then she drove home and her car wasn't scraping against the ground the entire way anymore. And as soon as she left, I went right back to having a normal time because I knew she was safe and I knew that, her car was perfectly functional. It was just so she could take care of herself, like the end of my responsibilities. If that happened now, and it would impact both of us. Now it's both our responsibilities. We have to get this fixed, and she doesn't show up and then leave. Like I have to organize my entire life around her. She has to organize her entire life around me. There's just no way to not have shared feeling. And shared feeling is when that's an indication of oneness, but you can't actually see the one that you're in when you're in it. So you have to remember that the cells that make up your body do not see you ever. And so when people are like a marriage, that's a one being, like you're saying one being, which is interesting because, in the Bible, it says when two people get married, they become one flesh, meaning like they share a body, they share an embodied fate for sure, at least. They are one. Your cells share one flesh. Think about that. They share one flesh. All of them. And when you are married, same thing happens and you can't see the being that you're in. That doesn't even mean that it's not there and it doesn't make choices. Like I actually would assume that there is a being there and it does make choices. And by the way, your feelings and the feelings of your cells motivate your choices. The feelings of your cells motivate your feelings and your physical feelings as well, not just your emotional feelings, but also your emotional feelings. And their physical feelings and their emotional feelings influence your physical and emotional feelings. You make choices. They have no idea. They have no perception that there's someone above them, stacked on top of them. That's what I call it, stacking and multiplication. I call it replication and stacking. Is like replication is across a level, like this here. Any movement building here would be across a level. It's multiplication, but jumping between levels is addition. You're stacking something on top of something else. You're adding. another layer, basically. Whereas this, going this way, it's like, this would be like, we think of evolution right now as just this. Cells changing over time to become other kinds of cells. Organisms changing over time to be other kinds of organisms. And replicating along the way. In both cases, multiplying along the way. But between the layers, we have no idea how that happens, or no like agreed upon narrative in science, in the scientific, or no agreed upon like hypothesis in the narrative of science. How do you get multiple cells to unify and become one organism? How did that happen? That process is happening again and again, or at least probably just to this layer, where you reach kind of a technological layer, but which you reach a singularity point. You can't go any higher, so you have to like basically recreate the entirety of the system within itself again, which is replication. It's basically a universe. It's the process of the reproductive process of a universe is a kind of a self-simulation inside itself, but it's not a simulation, it's a recreation. But it's probably computational and technological. But we're right here. This is where we are at in the evolutionary process. That's a much more holistic view of evolution. We are here. And there's still multiple layers left to go. And you'll never see the stacking. You'll never see it. So when people are like, oh, that's such a stupid idea, two people are married and then those people are one, like that marriage is actually a living thing. Of course it's a living thing. It replicates. Like it's replicating, and it's motivated by feeling. It is the actual singular unit of humanity. It's not as the individual. People will be like the individual versus the collective. No, there's no individual versus the collective. There's just marriages, and then there's eventually, or there's at least we'll say there's a layer between them. That's the unifier of the individual versus the collective. There is no way to have individuals and the collective be unified outside of marriage, as far as like human society goes. You need some type of life, shared goals and unification of goals, and like only marriage does that. But that's generative, like a generative goal. Generative means like economically generative, and also like humanistically generative. You can't actually grow anything without growing in society without growing the number of people. It's a hard limit. Can't grow the economy without growing the number of people. It's impossible. People don't even think about that really very much. I don't think. I mean, yeah, it seems obvious when you think about it. You're like, well, yeah, obviously. But that doesn't mean that it's brought up in conversation when we talk about the economy. When we talk about economic collapse, everybody talks about everything else. Yeah, not the main thing. But just remember, your cells aren't aware of you. You remind me of the Amy Man song, one of the loneliest numbers, much worse than two. One is the loneliest number, much worse than two. Yeah, and you know what's interesting is on, I think it was a Lex Friedman podcast, Sarah Walker, who we've talked about on here before, and I actually did a commentary on their conversation. It was Sarah Walker and Lee Cronin, and I think they were talking to Lex Friedman. And Sarah Walker and Lee Cronin work on assembly theory, and they were talking about God, basically, and like Sarah, they're both very often brilliant people. I think Sarah Walker is probably one of the best physicists in the world right now, and she's not even a physicist by, accreditation. But she's from my home state, or she teaches at least in my home state, but not my hometown. I think she works at ASU, which is funny because it's seen as such like a bad school as far as like, it's just joked about as like, you can't get in anywhere, any other college, go to ASU. But she's probably one of the better physicists in the world. And they were talking about God and like, why did God make anyone else? Like, why did God choose to give some of his will to create others, to kind of, what's it called? Partition part of his own will into, someone else. And she was like, maybe he was lonely. That's what she said. And I absolutely think that that's true. But it's not even lonely. He was alone. We can feel lonely. We're never alone. By the time God creates the second someone, there's two someones, and no one is ever alone ever again. From there on out. But so none of us are actually ever alone. It's just an illusion. But we can feel lonely. And we feel lonely when we perceive ourselves as being alone, when we think about ourselves as being alone, even though we aren't actually ever alone. That really shows you how your thoughts trick you. But because God is always there. And yeah, it's not the same as like your friend or your mom or your wife or whatever, but or your dog, but it is probably more important actually. And but it's just a different type of communication and relationship that you have to have. It's not verbal and visual or physical. It's emotional. That's why gratitude is like so great at getting you close to God, because you feel grateful. When you think about what you're grateful for, you feel it. And that's an emotional action that you're taking in a way. It's certainly at least an emotional perception. And that's the realm in which you have to communicate with a being that is beyond your physical perception, because you're within them, just like your marriage. Somebody posted this meme, and I sent it to my wife today again on Instagram. I sent her probably like, I don't know, at least five reels or memes a day on Instagram, and she sends me like 10 or maybe even more. And I sent her one, and it was just like being it's like there's nothing like being married and watching Tarzan, the animated Tarzan, because you really realize how much Tarzan's parents loved each other, and it's like shows them like just helping each other, like build higher walls, build stronger beams, like that song. That's like, Tarzan's some of the best soundtrack ever made, and it's like really inspiring. And then all of a sudden, his parents get eaten by a leopard, but it just shows like he saves his wife and kid and a lifeboat, then he dives into this crazy scary ocean to be with them, to get back to them. Then they're like helping each other carry things, and they're working together towards this common goal to take care of each other. And it just like, it really does hit differently when you are married, and you're like, whoa, like that is a marriage right there. But it's just, I don't know. It hits different, but you like lonely though. Going back to lonely, I know I got sidetracked. Is like God was the only one who would feel lonely, and it would be true, ever in And that's it. Only God. God was lonely at some point because he was alone, and it's not even necessarily like lonely it would be the right way to put it. It's like he felt alone because he was alone. He felt meaningless because he was meaningless. We feel meaningless, but we have meaning. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be here. Again, God chose to make you, which it was a choice, had to be. You are meaningful. It's our own thoughts that veil the truth to us, and can confuse us. I mean, that's pretty wild to think about. That because you think about, but your thoughts. Thinking is not always like thinking is an action. It's like running, and running can get you to where you need to be, but it can also get you lost, and so can thinking. That's why like it's really important to have like a north when it comes to thinking, a context. That's what a compass does. It is north. There's a compass over there. I have compasses everywhere. I am a prepper. If you don't know, I am totally a prepper. I have like all kinds of emergency packs and stuff, different levels of emergency things. There's like compasses on the side of this. There's like a Leatherman inside of it. Knife. I actually stabbed myself in the hand with this knife once. I was trying to get it out, and this is the knife that is issued to the Navy SEALs. It's a very good knife. It's called the Cold Steel SRK, and it's just an outdoor knife, and they have to use it to like make fires and things like that when in buds. And so when I first got it, it was stuck in the sheath, and I was trying to pull it out, and I pulled it out and shoved it back in, and that much of this knife went into my hand. And my wife had just given birth, and there were people over at our apartment painting the front door, and so the front door was off the hinges, and my daughter was 2 weeks old, and maybe even less, and I stabbed myself in the hand, and I immediately closed my hand, and I was like, maybe it's not as bad as it looks, as I think it would be. And I opened my hand, and I saw my tendons in my muscles, and I immediately closed my hand, and I walked out, and I looked at the workmen who were there, because we lived in an apartment, and the apartment complex was having all the doors painted, and so I looked at them. I was like, you need to put the door back on the hinges right now. And they were like halfway through painting it. And I looked at my wife, and I was like, I just stabbed myself in the hand. And she was like, are you serious? And I was like, yeah, we got to go to the hospital right now. But I hate going to the hospital. You wait there for like 5 or 6 hours for nothing, no matter what. My friend got a cut. I drove him to the hospital, the same hospital I would have been going to, once on his knee, and he needed some stitches, and we waited there for like 7 hours, and I was like, I'm not going to do that. So I called the urgent care, and I was like, if I come, can you guys stitch up my hand instead of me going to the hospital? They were like, where did you stab yourself in your hand? And I was like, in my palm. And they were like, no, now you need to go to the emergency room. And I was like, okay. And I just hung up, and I just drove to the what's it called? The urgent care. I didn't go to the emergency room, and I just showed up, and I was like, yeah, I didn't want to go to the emergency room, so sorry, but I'm here. Can you stitch me up? And they x-rayed it, and I didn't hit anything. I didn't hit any tendons. I didn't hit any bones, which is like a miracle. And they stitched it up, and then I used a Swiss Army knife, the scissors on a Swiss Army knife, to take the stitches out myself later. You can hurt yourself with tools, but you can also use them to help heal your wounds. But yeah, there's like compasses on there, and I have 2 of them because sometimes those little compasses suck. But a compass, you can't know your direction without a compass. You need a metaphysical like north if you're going to navigate. Morality, meaning, purpose, direction, and your own emotions. Like and your own thoughts. All of these things take place in the metaphysical space. You need a metaphysical, like, north. And in the metaphysical space, because there is nothing, there's just some ones, but there's no things. The only kind of reference that can exist in that space is someone, and the someone that contextualizes and that everyone else, and that you can orient, that everybody else is contained within, and even caused by, is God. So people say you need God to think about right and wrong. You absolutely do. That doesn't mean it doesn't mean you can't think about it. It just means you can't. You have no north. Like, you can try and figure out your way home, and if you get lost in the woods without a compass, maybe you get it there, maybe you don't. But like, if you have a compass, at least you know which direction you're going. And if you think that it's easy to navigate morals and meaning and everything like that without a north, even your own thoughts, you are wrong, and you are probably lost already in your own in the metaphysical space. I mean, I remember back to things that I said before I was a theist, and I remember somebody said to me once, they were like, "It's my boss, and he's Mormon," and he said, he said, I believe somehow it came up. He's like, I believe in a like objective morality, which really means like, I believe that there is something that's right and wrong. It's not just a matter of opinion. I don't even know if objective reality is the right way to put it. It's really a super subjective reality. It's like, I believe that there is a moral perspective, that there is something, that there are morals that apply to everybody, the same. And a super subjective is a better term. And because it's dependent upon someone always, God's subjective perspective, there's not a objective perspective ever. There's, by definition, it's almost a self-defeating statement. And if you think about the etymology of the terms that you're using, not just like objective means like I have no opinion. That's not how I'm using it as object, as part of it. But I said to him, he's like, I believe in an objective morality. And I was like, that's so ridiculous. Like, don't you know the Nazis thought they were doing the right thing? And what I was basically trying to say is that people think they're doing the right thing, but even when they're doing the wrong thing. And that's not even a good argument against what he was saying. In fact, but I thought it was. But in fact, like, what I was trying to even say was aligned with what he was saying, and I didn't even realize it. And I'm good at thinking, and I was still good at thinking then, within certain contexts. But I didn't have a north in my compass. And now looking back at that moment, I'll never forget it. Because it was like, I really thought in the moment that like, this guy is ignorant. And looking back on it, I'm like, how did I think he was ignorant? Why did I even feel like I had to try and argue against him? Even back then, I thought that some things were right and wrong, at least I felt that way. And I acted that way, even if I didn't know why that was the case. I couldn't give you a real reason, probably, if you asked me, that was good, of why some things are the right thing to do, some things are wrong to do. Back then, as a self-described atheist, really an anti-theist. But I felt it because, again, feeling is the realm of, or it is like the fundamental truth. So, everybody feels like there's right and wrong. In some circumstances. And there's no such thing as like a sociopath. the way that people talk about it. That doesn't exist. It's a stupid idea. It's impossible too. Like there is no such thing as a sociopath has no emotions. No, they don't exist. They just are people that don't feel that strongly about things that most other people do, and they probably feel very strongly about some things that most people don't. But they do feel. It just makes them look like they're not caring because they don't care about what you care about, but they do care. But yeah, I mean, you need a north, and you need to check that. You know, that's why I have 2 compasses on that thing. And there's compasses in this. There's multiple compasses in this. There's a compass here. There's a compass here. There's so many things in this. I actually have like a picture just to show you because it's somebody asked me once on a stream, can you take everything out and show it? We have it right here. This is not even everything, but it's just shows a lot of things that are kept in like a go bag of mine. Not just that one. Handgun is actually on me always. It's not in the bag. But there's so much stuff here. There's multiple ways to do everything with this bag. And it has got me out of so many situations, I can't even tell you. It's wild. It is like the ultimate problem solver. But that other one is with the knife. It's just a smaller version of that. But don't stab yourself with it. Just be careful. Okay. I agree. Gratitude is everything. Gratitude is the most powerful form of prayer, in my opinion. It is. It's the most powerful form of prayer. Because it's the realist. It's the realist. It's the most aware. It's the most aware. You're aware of what is. And who is. You're aware of what is in your life. You're aware of who is, beyond your life when you're grateful to God. It is amazing. I mean, it's like the most powerful prayer you can do. It's the easiest way to get close to God. Anybody that's like, how do I get close to God? Sentient Singularity Theory will logically lay out the arguments for God, for God's existence. It does. And I will say that was important to me when it came to like letting getting past my previous biases, but against God existing. But it wasn't what connected me with God. It was always like feeling like I remember like being really like unemployed and very poor and like buying beans and just eating beans or eating Costco hot dogs every single day because that's all I could afford when I was living in California at certain points in my life. Like I'd gotten laid. I moved out there, didn't make a lot of money, made under minimum wage for my first job, didn't even know. Then the company went under and everybody for the most part got laid off. It got bought out and I lost my job and I was just I had very little savings and I remember just only being able to survive on like Costco hot dogs and beans and I just remember multiple times just being like so grateful for eating this food that was like good food, it was healthy. It's healthier than I eat when I have more money, usually. And just being thinking about God and being like grateful for being provided for. And even though it wasn't in the situation that I wanted to be in. And like, those were some of the most connected I've ever felt, to God. Was definitely in moments of gratitude. It's like fear, when it says do not fear in the Bible, it's the most common phrase, most numerously repeated. And it's because like fear is almost always, if not always, due to your own thoughts deceiving you. in the context of fundamentality. Like even in death, like it's not the end. You're not gone. You will be with your loved ones again one day, most likely. I think most people end up being, eventually their soul gets saved. Some people, the process of doing that is probably more painful than others, because I think when remember, like your physicality, like I said about when I was talking about Rabbi Manus Friedman talking about sex earlier, when he's like, turn the lights off, no clothes, no words, just being with as close to someone as you can be. And they like, imagine you don't have, it's like that basically, like your eyes, the veil of physicality vanishes. And I think that in that moment you see beyond the physical constraints of that are what constrain your perception actually to your local physically causative space, I guess you could say. And all of a sudden you see probably it all, at least like all that you have been connected to in your life. And I think that what that leads to is you probably perceive the impact of every sin you've ever committed and the impact of every mitzvah, of every good deed that you've ever done. It's like you gave somebody $1 and that motivated a feeling in him to do this for that person, which motivated a feeling in that person to do this for that person, which allowed this person to do that for that person, on and on and on and on and on. And you would never know. And same thing with sin, though. You sinned, you did this, and it impacted this person negatively, made them feel that way, which made them act this way towards somebody else, which made them feel that way, which led to, this circumstance in someone's life. And it's just like, you probably it's like the curtain just falls. And you see the impact, emotion. You don't see it. You feel the emotional impact of all of your actions. That I'm pretty certain of it. I'm not like, I haven't experienced it yet, but I'm pretty sure that that's what happens. I think it makes logical sense. If you, continue to persist, which I think is most people. But again, how your life is going to impact that experience a little bit. Everybody's going to go through it in that experience, but some people are definitely going to go through it more than others. And yeah, so what a way to become wise immediately, because in order to be saved, you have to be perfectly coherent informationally. Otherwise you will be a corrupted file. Like, you can't save a corrupted file on your computer. You can't save a corrupted soul in meta cyberspace, I guess. And because it's really a corruption of information. So you need to like fix whatever or whatever incoherence exists by basically like by all of a sudden getting the rest of the information that you didn't already have, and that you would need. And like, that's going to be instant. You're going to feel it all immediately, probably. Like there is no time after that. So you're just going to feel it. That's amazing. Yeah. And you'll have your memories probably, like you'll like remember. They're part of you. They are your the context of your soul, is like is everything that's happened to you. And and memories are that. Like, memories are not stored in the brain. They are stored in just like all information is stored even on a computer, like what it really is it's like a collection of quantities that is impacted by actions, and that causes a certain symmetry structure, and that symmetry structure contains the information necessary to for that information to exist. It's hard to say because it's like it's not even for the memory to exist. It's like it's caused by the actions even, and the memories, and they're both real. They're not the same thing necessarily, but they are both real. In terms of the information that they're saving to the world. It's like the causes of your actions are actually the saving of the memory, or the impact of your actions cause is the act of saving the information that is contained in your memories to some degree. At least part of it. It's not stored in your brain. I hear what you are saying. Words sometimes depends on context and who you are talking to. Words are tech. Yeah, they are. Language is technology. Language and knives, the first human technologies. Yeah, dude, I feel it totally. I am an ass a lot. Dude, we are all asses a lot. Idiocy is a moment that everyone experiences, some more than others, but everyone experiences it. And genius is also a moment that everyone experiences. You can have an IQ of 50 and have a moment of genius. Probably not many, but at least one. And you can also have an IQ of 200 and have a moment of idiocy. You can have many moments of idiocy, and you can have many moments of genius, even if you have an IQ of 50. It depends on how good of a thinker you are. And part of that is also, do you have a compass? Which is God. God is that compass. It's amazing to think back on just like the things that I had moments of genius prior to being a theist, and they usually come from like humility. Like moments of genius are like the recognition of something, not like the and how you handle it. It's not like the something that you just did. That's not always genius. It's like how you handle what's been handed to you. One of my mentors, who's a famous zoologist, I talk about him on here sometimes, and I'm going to record a podcast with him. I talked to him about it recently, and he focuses on the sentience and the goals of like animals, and their lives. Like, where do they live? Like, how do they live? Who do they live with? What is the purpose of the relationships that they have? In much more like thinks about it as much more of a sentient context than kind of a robotic context, like most biology does, and most zoology. He said, "There's no such thing as a solitary animal." No, there's really not. There's no such thing as a solitary animal. There are different ways of expressing social desires and in different species, but there's no such thing as a solitary animal. God chose to not be alone. He's the only one that's ever been alone. He chose not to be. Like, no one chooses to be with no one. Ever. Not even God. But, or at least eventually everyone chooses to be with someone. That's a better way of putting it. But he said to me once, I like called him up, and I was like 13 years old, and I had wanted like to buy a lizard from him. And I had never met him before, but I had heard he was really mean. This is like the first conversation I ever had with him. And talk about a learning curve. And I asked him, do you have any of these? Yep. How much are they? This is how much they are. And he was like famous in the niche that he was in. And so it was like this, and I had heard about him for like, years and years and years. And I was 13. And I'd heard about him for like 6 years probably. And I never met him. And I somehow found his phone number and called him as a 13-year-old kid. And I had like, a couple $100 in bar mitzvah money that I was going to blow on a lizard. And I was like, do you have any of these? Yep. Do you, how much are they? They're this much. Do you have, males? Yep. And then I didn't know what else to say. And I was like, how many do you have? Because I didn't know what else to say. So I felt awkward. I felt like I needed to say something. And I said, how many do you have? And he just sat there on the phone and he goes, well, what do you care? You only want one. And I sat there in silence. And then I was like, you know what? You're right. And it was like a genius moment of mine. And he talks about it to this day, and I recognized it then too. And he recognized it as like a moment of genius, but really it was just a moment of humility. It was like, yeah, it was what it really was it was the genius of it. It was, I was recognizing that my previous moment was a moment of idiocy and acknowledging it, which is sometimes a moment of genius, is recognizing your own moments of idiocy. Even coming up with the statement, there, idiocy and genius are moments, not people, is the same exact pattern. It's like that means that you recognize that everybody has moments of idiocy, including you. And there is no geniuses, and not even you, no matter how high your IQ is. The definition of IQ above 160 or 150 or whatever is incoherent. I want to say stupid, but it's not a good way of describing it. It's technically incoherent, linguistically incoherent. Like that's arbitrary. But yeah, genius, a spark of genius is, and the opposite is idiocy. You can have a spark of genius, but yeah, sometimes we're all fools. Sometimes we all are foolish. We're not fools. We all can be foolish. Fear is always from something that isn't God. That's why the angels always say, do not be afraid. Well, here's the thing also, like, I don't want to say I fear God, because I didn't, just like it, and people will say, that you should fear God, like he's God-fearing, that means like you're a good person, which that's not really, it just means it should kind of mean that you try to be, and that you kind of know what it means. And so, to be a good person. So, but God, it should be like, I feel like it should be God revering, because God, you should trust God more than you trust your own parents. And I sometimes I was afraid of my dad when he was really mad and I was a little kid. And if I was doing something wrong, like, if he, was, I don't know, I didn't get beat as a kid or anything, but I was spanked a couple of times when I was bad, but usually the humiliation of it was worse than the pain. But I was like, I wasn't afraid of my dad. I was also like, when I really was afraid, I would go to my dad, which is the same thing with God. It should be like, when you are actually experiencing fear, like you should go to God, which like you should, fearing God's wrath. It's not, I don't even know if that's the best way to feel about it. It's like about God, to feel about him. It's like to revere him. Like that's a different thing than to fear. Let me look up revere. Revere. Definition. Definition is feeling of deep respect and admiration for something. But let's look at the etymology. Etymology is reverer, ultimately from Latin revereror, reverior, meaning to fear. But it's like, yeah, re and vierar, meaning to fear. Re mean to. Vir fear. But it's like a different kind of fear. It's like respect too. To regard someone or something with great awe and devotion. To look up to respect, to hold in high esteem, and also fear at the same time. So I revered my dad when I was a little kid. What's up, memes? We're talking about everything. I'm trying to just be in the chat. There is something to the blood, though. I can see it, the smile on your face. What, when I cut myself with my with the knife? I don't know what I missed your comment before, so it was a while back. I'm not exactly sure what the context was, but I did. For those who didn't see, I was talking about how I cut myself with a knife once, and it's easy to do that when you're pulling something out and you're like, you should just actually like pull, but instead of like, the more that you try and be careful, but also like forceful in pulling something apart, but also careful not to over pull, you actually will end up stabbing yourself in that case. My wife we had talked about it on here, but we had some miscarriages before we had my daughter, and we took some tests, and they said that my wife had a gene that basically just can make you somewhat more likely to have a blood clot, which it can cause in certain circumstances, and they think that sometimes is responsible for like early miscarriages, and so they put her on like a blood thinner for just the beginning of my daughter's pregnancy, and we've talked about this. She has shared about it on Instagram and stuff, so it's not like I'm not talking about things that she hasn't publicly like chosen to share already, but when we first, it's like a needle, like every day that you have to put in like your stomach, and like we got all the shots, and it looks like kind of an auto injector, but it's really a cap, but it looks like it's kind of like an EpiPen, but it's not. It's just a cap that you're supposed to take off, and then you just use it like a normal syringe, but we didn't know that. And it's got all these complicated springs in it, but once it's done, then it basically like puts a sheath over the needle so that it's not dangerous afterwards. But it's not for protecting the needle prior. There's just a cap, and we were confused by this. And I was going to give her the shot because she didn't like needles at the time. Eventually she's comfortable and did this herself. But at the beginning, she was like, I can't do it. Like, I need you to do it. I'd never given anybody a shot before in my life. And we're sitting there, and I'm panicking on the inside, trying to come off as like, cool and collected though on the outside for her sake. She's panicking. And every time I'm like, okay, I'm going to do it. And she's like, no. And we did this for an hour, the first day. And then I go and I take the needle, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to do it. And she's like, okay, just do it. And I put the needle like this pen, and I put it up against her, like the side of her stomach. And I just go like this, and nothing happens. It's like the most undramatic, like dramatic moment. It's like a movie. And I was like, oh my gosh, okay, I'm going to do it. Okay, do it. After an hour of buildup where she just kept backing out at the last second and nothing happened. And I was just like, and we were so confused, and I realized it's a cap. And I went to go pull the cap off, and I pulled it, and I stuck myself with the needle and gave myself an injection of blood thinner. Right. That was like the first time that we tried to do that. And I wish we had caught it on film. Honestly, it was like a movie, but uh, we got wise, and she ended up just getting good at doing it herself after that. But and then we had my daughter. So we don't know if that was what it was, what helped, but God helped at least, and maybe that helped. You never really know. But yeah, it's easy to stab yourself. I've done it a couple times. When you're pulling the cap off of something. Okay. The most comforting realizations I ever had was the time that I knew without a shadow of a doubt that fear is never a punishment from God. Yeah, fear is, I mean, it can't be a punishment from God. It's not. It's you who's having fear. That doesn't mean there are no punishments from God. It just means fear isn't one of them. But yeah, I mean, if that helped, that's true. You're right. I hope and wish to be awake as I die. But no, for real, it won't matter. You'll have the same experience. If you died in your sleep, you would have the same experience of death as if you died when you were awake. Because you're not gone when you're asleep. It's not like if you die in your sleep, you're not aware of what it's like to die. You are aware of what it's like to die when you die, not as you're dying. And dying is a very different experience depending on what's causing it. But death is probably at least two different experiences to death. One of them is what I kind of said earlier, which sometimes is more painful and sometimes is more blissful, but is always painful and blissful. And then the other one is when your soul is gone, by your body, you're just a walking corpse, basically. Nobody can tell. You can't even tell because there's no one there. When you sell your soul, it's just like you've just given up your agency so much that you're not even aware of it. And so it's gone. And it has to do with morals, like complete lack of recognition of morals is a lack of recognition of others, which a lack of recognition of others, it fundamentally is a lack of feeling others, and a lack of feeling others is a lack of feeling. And so a lack of feeling, it means you're not there anymore. And so you can maybe like decohere, like untie the knot of your own consciousness, potentially through certain actions, repeatedly. But they would be due to like giving up your own agency and moral circumstances and convincing yourself again and again, that you're not doing something wrong. Like if you're doing something wrong, it's best to just admit it to yourself and God. Be like, I know this is wrong. And I'm sorry. And I'm sorry for not being as sorry as I should be. Like there's a prayer that you say on Yom Kippur that, which is like the Day of Atonement, and just like, where you're supposed to reflect on your sins and think about like being better. And one of the prayers is basically, it's Hebrew, but it's basically, I'm sorry for my sins, and I'm sorry for not being as sorry as I should be. And I thought that was just brilliant. Like that is something that is so universally accurate. And it'd be really good to recognize. I don't think we ever can be as sorry as we should be while we're alive. And yeah, even then, even after you die, if you're aware of all the impacts of your sins, you're still, I don't know if you're sorry at that point, because God, you're so aware of God's existence and his own like ability to resolve people, even if it's after death, and create peace, that you just don't, you don't even, you would just regard you would just trust him much more, in him much more. think who was it? Carl Jung was being interviewed, and I just shared this to my Instagram too today. And he said, he was asked, "Do you believe in God?" And he said, "I don't believe I know." And I would say that too about myself now for sure. But I don't. I know God exists as much as you can know God exists. In this life, I think probably. I mean, you never really know until you know, but I mean, I'm as confident in that as I am in anything. The only thing that would be maybe more confident in is my own existence. But the thing is that like, it's really probably equal confidence, equal levels of confidence. It's just that you have a starting point that you have to recognize as like the truest thing that you know, because it's the thing that you've always known, which is that you are, or I am. It's like there was a point in my life when I didn't know God existed, and I actually misdefined him, but I didn't know how to define God. So that's why I had a false definition of God. And I didn't believe in that false definition. That false definition is false. So it wasn't even wrong, but I was also wrong about whether or not God existed. I was just not wrong about that, fake version I had in my head. Like Sky Daddy. It's like, you believe in a Sky Daddy? It's like God is not in the sky. We are inside of God. Like you are, like your cells are inside of you. Like God, that's not the sky. But I thought it was like, believed, he was in a cloud, chucking lightning at people. And I was like, that's ridiculous. And it is, it's ridiculous, but that's not God. But yeah, it's even back, but you always know that you exist. Unless you basically sell your soul or whatever and give up your own agency, and then you don't exist anymore. I wonder how much, though, you can trick kind of unravel your own mind by, like Sam Harris we talked about last week, when he's like, he doesn't believe in God. And the reason why is because he's like, he thinks that God hates gay people. And he's like, the idea that there's just a being that like hates gays and stuff should not be like thought, that idea should not have any ammunition, just because like it's first person experience is the truest thing that we can know. And he even said that because he knows, like, even intuitively, logically, that's the end point of that recognition, that the truest thing that you can know is that someone exists. The eventual deduction from that, if you're humble enough and honest enough and rigorous enough, or dedicated enough, is God exists. And Sam Harris has just reached a point where he doesn't want to go any further because he has this definition of God that's false. If you're here, God loved you at least enough to put you here. I don't know, maybe you pissed him off and he doesn't love you anymore. I have no idea. But yeah, you should assume that he does, if you're still here especially. But he at least started that way. And if he doesn't anymore, it's probably your doing, not his. But Sam Harris, though, he talks about, like, in order to kind of deal with this, you have to construct this really completely incoherent set of statements that is not actually a coherent concept, where you have what him and his wife often will say is like, yeah, there's nothing but consciousness, and consciousness is the root of existence, and it's the truest thing that we can know. But ultimately, there is no one that is me, and that's just an illusion. I am an illusion, and ultimately, there is no God. There's just consciousness. And I'm like, that makes no sense whatsoever. And it's not even like, it's it's built on just misdefinition and also a refusal. I mean, I had the same ideas as him. I was like, didn't want to conceive of a God that just seemed cruel, but I just didn't understand what I was talking about. And the thing is, it's hard because if you don't have a north, it's really hard to judge your own thoughts on these things, and you actually can't in all circumstances. Like the example I gave when my boss had told me, you know, I believe in objective morality, and I was like, that's ridiculous, don't you know? You know, some people do things that they think are the right thing, but it's actually the wrong thing. It's like, that's not even, I didn't realize that wasn't an argument against what he was saying. And I, for some reason, thought it was, even though if you had questioned me further and said, what, do you believe that there is a right and wrong? Because it's built into the statement that I made, is that what he was saying was correct, but I had no idea. And what happens with that is when there's a bunch of disconnected, there's no connection between this thought and that thought. That thought's contextualized there, that thought's contextualized there, and that thought's contextualized there. There's no unifying context to any of them because that unifying context is gone. And so I was missing that. And so I couldn't even perceive of the fact that I had this series of statements that were not coherent when and not coherently connected, but I had no ability to even realize it. It's like you couldn't have tried to explain it to me at the time why I was wrong. I don't think. I mean, maybe it's some things. I wonder if like you were like, but you're saying that they did what was wrong, but they thought it was the right thing. And if I was like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So doesn't that imply that there is a right and wrong thing? I mean, yeah, we just like say that, but like and I feel that way, but that doesn't mean that it's true. And it's like, okay, well, you're supposed to be judging the world based on somewhat based on your first person experience. So, you know, it's like, why live your life, you know, a certain way if there's no right and wrong, you know? I think that the only thing I've ever stolen as an adult was a candy bar. And, that I can think of was a candy bar. And it was because I put it in my pocket and I bought, and because I had too many things to carry when I was in a Circle K or a 7-Eleven or something. And then I got to the front and I forgot to the counter and I forgot that it was in my pocket, and I paid for everything else that I put on the counter. And then as I was walking out, as I was literally walking through the doors, I remembered it was in my pocket. I didn't turn around. And I felt awful. And I went home and I remember telling my mom when I got home, and I was like, I stole a candy bar. And she was like, you shouldn't have done that. That was wrong. She was like, you should have turned around. And I was like, I know. And I was an atheist or a self-described atheist at the time. Like, why wouldn't, you know, it seems like it would be much easier life and way to achieve, you know, whatever materialistic success, or quote unquote, that I did want at the time, by not worrying about whether or not it was right or wrong to steal, but I still really worried about it. And, you know, but if you ask me why, I don't know why. I don't think I would have had a reason, been able to give you a reason. Maybe eventually, like Sam Harris would be like, well, if everybody stole, then we wouldn't have a good society. It's like, but what's the point of what is a good society? You know, what's the point of society? If there's no right and wrong, ultimately, it's the practical aspect of like justification for morals doesn't hold up. There is only like ultimately the hierarchical and also meaningful nature to like, or primacy of in the context or for morals. Like it's like God's goal in the creation of multiplicity was meaning for everyone, including himself, because he was meaningless without anyone else. and we're all meaningless without impacting anyone else. And the way to maximize meaning is to have fruitful, generative, and continuous impact, like if you impacted somebody's life, the worst that you could possibly impact it, it's like you destroyed it, and it led to them never getting married, never having kids, never, achieving any kind of like financial success, never having, peace, and I don't know, whatever, never having friends. It's like all of those things would end. Those impacts would end at the end of that person's life. But if you impacted somebody positively and it led to this and it led to this and led to this and they helped this and it just like it compounds and it goes on to the next generation. Whereas and the next one and the next one, it does not. That's not the case with like negatively impacting people. So even if you want to just maximize your own meaning for the sake of your own ego, doing the right thing, doing good is the only way to do it. Just fascinating. Hello. Okay. Yes, I like Shakespeare's Wise Fools. Hello there, fellow traveler. I think the fear of God is basically the fear that you'll be apart from him, not that he'll be near. Yeah, that's the wisest way to put it, actually. Like if that's your real fear, that's actually the best. And that is a worse punishment than anything else. I saw somebody shared something and it was like, what was it? It was like, and then I shared it to my Instagram again. I've been on a roll this week on my Instagram. I feel like my stories, some of them at least, all the ones that were about God and like marriage or whatever, I either posted my story or sent to my wife, were all good. And it said something like, it's better to be, if pain that brings you closer to God is better than pleasure that brings you further from God. And I was like, that's so true. Yeah, kind of just your statement reminded me of that. I think people fear God's punishments, but I don't think that that's right. I think that fear is, I think you're right though, like that fear is ignorant. I don't think God just punishes people just to punish them. Like he knows what the impact could be, or at least he knows better than anyone else could know what the impact of a certain action of his could be on your life. And so, and ultimately, like you still have agency in how you react to it, but he has more experience with this kind of thing than anyone else. Probably isn't. And he also created you, you don't make someone just to torture them. If you're aware of everyone's feelings in the world all the time, like you do not do that. If you literally feel everyone's feelings, that's how he's aware. He doesn't just see it; he feels it. Like that is what experience is. On like the purest experience, the highest level or the lowest level, whatever you want to call it, like the most fundamental way to experience is just emotional. And so that's what your experience is like after you die. If you are saved, to heaven, basically, which is just a space of no more change, but still like, but complete emotional awareness, as complete as you could be. Everyone that has emotionally been connected to you, you'd be aware of. Yeah, I mean that's you can't conceive of that. Like people are like, I can't even conceive of what heaven would be like. You won't be able, you can't feel what it's like right now, but you can think about what it would be like, but you can't feel what it would be like. until you feel it. You can't feel what anything would really be like until you feel it. You really have to like, you can get glimpses, but you can't, like emotional glimpses, but you can't really feel it. And we get that whenever we see someone hurt and it makes us sad. We watch a movie and it makes us sad. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I've ever like shown this video of my daughter like watching The Lion King, and she had just started to like realize like sadness, and she's like probably 1, and she's watching The Lion King and she sees Simba is like talking to Mufasa in the clouds, like, you know, and after, you know, he's died and he meets up like with Rafiki, and then he goes and he sees, you know, his father's reflection, and then he sees him in the clouds and he's talking to him and communicating with him, and then as he disappears into the clouds again, he's like, no, you know, father, don't leave me. My daughter is watching this and it's her favorite movie is Lion King, and you can see she's like just barely holding it together, and I start videotaping, of course. I'm like, this is a good moment to get. And then she just lost it and she screamed like a visceral scream, as if she was like in Simba's position, because she had basically put herself in that as much as she could. And we do that. That's why we cry in movies, and we cry when we hear about something bad happening to somebody. It's when you think about what their experience is like, what they must feel, makes you feel a little bit of what they would feel. And sometimes that's like a really scary thing to do, though. You should be careful with it. Like, I can't even watch anything that's about like parents and like having, you know, I don't know, they lose their kid or something. I can't even watch it anymore. I won't. I really won't. It's like too much and too real. But you know, so that kind of thing is like, you can do that a little bit, but you can't even come close to feeling what you will feel when you pass. Let me see if I can find that actually. Oh gosh, it's so good. I just kind of want to show it if I have it. But I'll go to the chat in 1 second, and then we're kind of going to wrap it up in like 20 minutes, probably. I was going to show you guys math and prime numbers. Prime numbers are the numbers that I was talking about earlier that I probably never circled back to that thought, but that are like singularities of they are. I think that like the number of cells in your body, the number of molecules in your body, the number of that are sentient, the number of protons and neutrons in your body that are sentient. I think that I have a theory that if you add up all of the sentient beings that make up that make up the assembly of your body at any given moment, or at least at the moment of your own embodiment, like the very first moment of your own embodiment, it's got to at least at that, because almost certainly it's going to be prime. And you can probably see that this is the case, I would think, at every, because you can't see that it's the case, but you can tell that at the beginning of every assembly, there's going to be a prime number. One cell, and then 2 cells is still somehow at some point 2 cells is an assembly that makes up the body of a multicellular organism. That's only 2 cells. And is basically my theory is that like it might be a constant, like be in constant maintaining, where like God has it set up somehow that your cells, as some die, some are born, new ones are born, and as like some molecules, the molecules in them and things like that, this is happening in them as well with the molecules inside of your cells and protons and neutrons inside of any sentient molecules. It's like the number is constantly maintained at a prime. I don't know if that's true, but I'm almost positive that it begins with a prime, and but I wouldn't be surprised if it was constantly maintained as prime. Like if you added up all the sentient singularities that make up your embodiment, like the actual part of that is part of your body, not like the water that you drink, but and then expel. Like I'm talking about the things that are the cells and everything that makes up your cells that are part of you. I bet you it's prime. Because prime number is one and itself. And a singularity is a, if you read, like on my website even, or if you look up the definition of singularity, it says, under writings on my website, it says, a singularity is defined as something that is one distinct unit or as something that is especially unique. This is if you look it up, this is what the definition is anyway. I'm just repeating it here. It's not my own creation. So Sentient Singularity Theory denotes that a singularity of sentience then is and sentience is the nature or state characterized by the experience of feelings, sensations, emotions, and a conception of self, because the emotions is you feeling yourself. There's no way to have emotions without a conception of self. It is a conception of self, emotions. Any feeling is a conception of self. Even bodily sensations are you are conceiving of self in the moment. You say that burned me. That's you don't say that's cold actually, like, because cold is relative. What is cold? What is hot? People say, oh, it's a hot day in New York. Go to Phoenix. That's a hot day, in the summer. But that's not hot compared to the temperature water boils at, which is not hot compared to the temperature of fire, which is not hot compared to the temperature of the sun. So what's hot? It's like you feel hot. Heat is a feeling. It's not. It's the feeling that you experience when you are perceiving matter in a certain state, with and yourself in a certain state. It's not, and nothing is hot. You feel hot. Not, there is no hot pan. It's like you feel it as hot. You feel hot because of the pan. So heat, hot, cold, like even temperature is not a physics. Like temperature in a relativistic context of measurement, yeah, like, but in the context of conception, which is really like, I don't want to say like degrees. That's not about feeling, but feel like whether or not something is hot or cold is you're feeling hot or cold, not something. So even bodily sensations, it is you conceiving of, it is you perceiving yourself. It's not, and you just might be not thinking about it properly, what it really means. There's no hot things and cold things. You feel hot, you feel cold. But a sentient singularity, therefore, is one distinct unit that is unique from anyone else, and any other one, and it is that feels. It's like one distinct unit that feels. That's what a sentient singularity is. That's what someone is. By definition, like break apart the word someone. Like, say unique sentient singularity. But yeah, like that's what a prime number is. Like you are prime. Like you share the same attributes as prime numbers, like sentient being does. It's only divisible by one in itself. It's like you can divide a human being's sentience by all the sentient beings that make it up and by one, that which is that one human being that is defining of that one human being. And the being part is like things are happening, basically, like things are existing and acting. Like it's a verb. It's like existing as a verb is being. To be, ing. So what exists and is animated. Someone. Like that's what it is. Like that's the only thing that is. Nothing else is animated. Nothing alone is animated. Only someone is animated. All power is will power. That's the only power. Everything that we see, all change, product of will of someone, or usually multiple someones. Sometimes that someone is a proton. Sometimes that someone is always that someone is God, and sometimes that someone is you. Sometimes that someone is your dog. Sometimes that someone is a white blood cell in your body. And it's like, but everyone's a little like will constantly working. Dude, oh my gosh. Realize your place in an instant. Yes, you do. You realize your place in an instant. You are wanting to try to please others in a good way, a real, true way. I think the fear of God is basically, okay. The fear of God is basically the feeling we get that makes doing certain immoral acts unthinkable. It doesn't make them unthinkable. It makes them not desirable, but it doesn't make them unthinkable. We've all thought things that are awful. Even calling something unthinkable is thinking about it. But some things are like unfeelable almost to me. Like there are, like, I don't understand people who, I think it's just, it's gotta be blindness or like willful constant to the point where you've erased your own soul, basically, like sin, and just a will, like an acceptance of it. I used to work at Walgreens when I was in college, and like I saw people steal, and sometimes I could tell it bothered them. But then once, like I had somebody come up to the counter once, and this guy, he was dressed in very expensive clothes. He's dressed kind of ghetto, but very expensive ghetto. And he went to buy something, I don't remember what it was, and his card got declined. And I was like, oh, sorry, your card got declined. Do you have another card? And he's like, oh yeah, sorry, wrong card. And gives me another card. And I was like, this one's declined too. And he was like, oh, sorry, like wrong card again. Try this one. And at that point I looked at the card and I saw that it was like an old lady's name on this. And like, it was clearly like not related to him. And then I looked at the other cards, and I saw they all had different names. And this guy, and I just looked at him. I was like, sorry, I can't take this. It's not working. And he left. The entire time it was so easy for him, or at least it appeared to be. And I'll never forget that moment. I was like blown away that it is so easy for some people to lie. And I think that it's when you've lied to yourself so much, you don't even, like, you've decohered to some degree. Like you don't even realize you're lying, probably. You just know what you want. Those things are always like motivated by instinct at that point, not soul, because there is no soul left. most likely. And this is just me hypothesizing, but I cannot imagine feeling nothing in that. Like no shame, no fear, no nothing. Just like this is just me doing what I want to do. Not even pride in getting away with it. Just nothing. It was just so easy for him. He was like the most personable, like what customer I had that day. He was so friendly and, but it was like he didn't have any sign of having any kind of conflict, which is crazy. I mean, you do see like, and I've seen some videos of a lot of videos of like violence, because I follow a lot of firearms and martial arts and self-defense related content, because I train in all of that and I carry a firearm and I'm licensed to do so. Not that you should have to have a license, but like you should get a license because it's just good to be educated in anything you do. You should do it as well as you possibly can, especially something with as much responsibility as like carrying a firearm or driving, things like that. It's like you should take a class to drive, even if you basically know how to drive and you know all the rules. Like you should still take a driving class. Part of it is like it's important to have some kind of shared understanding of the rules of the road between a bunch of people, or the rules of carrying firearm, whatever it is, rules of driving a boat in the marina. I don't know any of them because I've never gotten any training, but I know that there's like whole rules for boats. My friends who have boats or who drive boats, they know them and they tell me. But and that it's just valuable. But like I've seen videos of like people like snatching stuff out of people's hands, stealing right from people's pockets, and it doesn't concern them at all. It's just like, I saw this one video, this guy, a guy was at 7-Eleven and or Circle K or whatever, and he was carrying a firearm, and somebody walked up behind him and they were just in line behind him to buy like some chips or something, and he looked down and he saw the guy's gun was sticking out from underneath his shirt, and he wanted to steal the guy's gun. And he just like, he just looked at it, he just thought about, can I do it? And then he just did it. And there was no fear, there was no like pridefulness, there was no at least apparent, you never know the people's emotions on the inside, but usually they have some kind of impact on how you behave. You can usually tell when somebody's feeling like something, and versus like, when I open up my fridge and I just grab what I want to eat, I don't display like any outward signs of internal struggle, because there is none. I bought the food to put it in there, so I'm already obviously okay with eating it. It's just, what do I feel like eating? And this is like that. And so was that guy when I was working at Walgreens. And he took the guy's gun right out of his pocket. And the guy who got his gun stolen was like pleading with him. He's like, man, like, can I please have it back? And he's like, no. And he just the guy who just stole the gun just walked out. And the guy who got his gun stolen walked out and was like outside, and he's like, please, can I just have it back? Like, and I understand wanting to do that, but I also like, why would he give it back to you? He just took it, just because you're showing that you care, that you're upset by it. Like, you're sad, you got your gun stolen. It's, yet now you have to pay money to replace it. And also like, you don't know what he's going to do with it. But that guy knows that already when he took it. He knew it would upset you. That's why he only did it when he could actually do it. And otherwise he wouldn't have done it. And so it didn't have any impact, obviously. He wasn't like, all right, you know what? You're right, man. I'm sorry. Here's your gun back. But I understand why the other guy didn't think about like why that wouldn't happen. Like he's thinking, I'm like everybody feels something. Nobody wants to lose things and, and have things stolen from them. So I must, like, this guy must feel bad if he sees that I'm upset, No. That doesn't mean he has no feelings. Like I said, no sociopaths exist, but he doesn't care about you. That's true. And he got into, eventually, I think he tried to grab it from the guy after he wouldn't give it back, and he shot him and died. The guy shot him and killed him with his own gun. Tragic. If somebody ever takes your gun from you, let him have it. If somebody tries to take some things from you, you should probably just if it's not, that valuable, just give it to them. But, because it's not worth them killing you over. And I say that as somebody who is very prepared to, in many different ways, to handle all kinds of violence. But the more you train in that kind of stuff, the more you just know you can't, some things are unpredictable. But it was just, my point is that, like, there are people that have reached points where they, at least in certain circumstances, do not have any care about morals at all. And they know it's wrong to steal from people's pockets, like, because they would be pissed if somebody did it to them. But I don't know. It's weird. I won't understand that. Ever done that too completely by mistake. Oh, you've done that too completely by mistake. Yeah, when I stole the candy bar. I can't call it an accident. And I even said to my mom when I told her, I was like, I didn't realize until I was, walking out the door that it was still in my pocket. So I was like, so it kind of was an accident. And she was like, no, you could have walked back in there. You weren't even really out yet. Like, or even if you were a foot out the door, like if you're not driving down the street already, if you're still like not even in your car when you recognize that, and it's like 2 feet behind you, it's not like you have a 10-minute walk back and you're just like, okay, it's not worth it. But if it's like I turn around and just walk back in the door and I didn't do it, it's a choice at that point. And yeah, never forget. Stole a Snicker bar. It's the wrong thing to do. I've never done it since. It's important though. You got to be like honest with yourself about those things. I tried to lie to myself a little bit even. And we do that when we have fear, once I was driving home from work in California, and I was driving on very busy highway, and all of a sudden all 5 lanes of traffic came to a screeching halt, and I slammed on the brakes and my car was like, completely skidding. Everybody was. I don't know what happened ahead of us. You never find out in California usually. And my car just kissed the car in front of me. No, I could tell there was no damage, and but I was making under minimum wage, and I just had this fear. And I remember thinking like, I can get away. I can just get away. What if he tries to sue me? And like, I can just get away. And then I was like, no, what am I thinking? Like, no, I'm not going away. Like, and I got out of my car, and he got out of his car, and he was like the chillest guy. He was like a surfer dude from, San Diego or whatever. And I was like, are you all right? And he's like, yeah, are you all right? And I was like, yeah. And we looked at our cars. We didn't even have a scratch of paint in the paint. And he was like, it looks like both our cars are fine, but can we just like exchange phone numbers just in case like one of our bumpers falls off, or, really like his bumper, because I hit him. Technically, I'd be at fault. But, and I was like, yeah. And that was it. And it was like that. It was all this fear almost motivated me to like do the wrong thing. And then I didn't. And there was no reason to be afraid of it, Doesn't mean every situation's like that, but it's worse. You'll make it worse by leaning into fear. Always. It is always ultimately a barrier to the truth. Okay. But yeah, I'm very big into phase changes, surface area. It's a building. A building seems to be like a being in our linguistic structure, or or else we would call it a built-in, or maybe even a built, not even a built-in. Let's look that up. I wonder if it's because it's inhabited and used by beings. It's like we are in our homes, in our buildings. Like a building is a place occupied by someone. It's like if you just built a super tall tower that nobody goes into, it's like, what is that? It's a radio tower. It's a whatever tower. It's a cooling tower. But nobody's like, it's a building. A building is something your beings are in. That's probably why. But that's an interesting observation. Let's look up building definition. Structure, construction, edifice, pile. No, because it's confusing when you're building something. Like this, before the stream, I was hanging out with my daughter, and she has a bunch of Legos, and it's like, we're building a tower, and she's like, we're building a tower so high. Like, we're just building a tower. And like that's not what I'm trying. That's not what you're saying. You're saying building, like this is a building, not like we're building a tower. You could be building a building, but let's see here. Building. Usually a roof structure, walled structure, built for permanent use or as a dwelling. The art or business of assembling materials into a structure. Etymology. Middle English. Building. From builden or bulden, to build. Entry one, entry. Entry. Huh. What does that mean, entry? Let's see. A building. Interesting. I talk about on here how like there's really, you could choose two different definitions of a word and maintain coherence, but one of them is always better. And building is going to be the same. It's like there are only two different definitions that we could use for the term building that would maintain coherence. One of them is going to be redundant always. This is true of every word. With every word, you have two choices of what it could mean. It's like consciousness. Consciousness could mean one's sentience, or it could mean like being awake, not asleep. And one of those definitions is redundant. The other one is not redundant. Always. This is true of every word. And the one that is redundant is its meaning for is as a synonym for sentience. That's why I don't like to use it. But it's not redundant if you use it to mean like not passed out. You're not knocked out. You're not like anesthetized. You're not asleep. You are awake. Like, what is your state of consciousness? Are you asleep? Are you awake? That's not redundant. It's not a redundant definition. That means it's the better definition for consciousness. With building, it's the same thing, and the redundant definition, I think, is as a structure, not the action. But maybe I'm wrong, because construction would be like, maybe seems like a synonym, which means like, but yeah, maybe it is the other one actually. It's like as a structure that we live in, or that is inhabited, an inhabited structure that's permanent, or like it's not intended to be transportation. I'm trying to think. Because at first I was like, no, the better definition is as the action, because we could just say a home or an office instead of building. But there isn't actually another definition that I can think of for a structure that is inhabited. There's no other word for a structure that is inhabited. Any structure that is inhabited, that is, other than building. So that's probably the better one. But you can say constructing instead of building. So it's kind of a redundant. It does seem actually right now to be redundant if it's meant to mean the act, but not redundant if it's meant to mean the structure. But we use it for both. It's weird. Like the fact that so many words have that kind of thing. Even synonym has two different definitions that you could use, and it's kind of a weird word because there's no true synonyms in any language. There shouldn't be, at least. Otherwise, why make another word in the same language that means the same thing as another word that already exists? It just doesn't make sense. And it doesn't make sense with when in the context of etymology, because each word would still have its own unique etymology, which means it would have its own unique meaning. And but synonym, if you look up the definition of synonym, watch this. This is one of the funniest things. Because it's incoherent. A word or phrase that means exactly or nearly the same as another word or phrase in the same language. Now let's think about this. Exactly or nearly the same, or exactly or similar. What that really means is when you actually think about what the only way to really deduce what this means is a word or phrase that either means the same thing as another word or phrase, or a word or phrase that doesn't mean the same thing as another word or phrase. Because exactly, nearly the same, or similar to, or related, none of those things they're still different, intelligence and wisdom. Those are not synonyms. We can use them as synonyms in common conversation because we misdefine them, but we're misusing them when we use them as synonyms. Same thing with smart. But they're all actually different, and they're not almost the same. They're just different. Almost the same means different. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean the same. It means different. So this definition literally means, is saying, when you break it down and think about it, it's saying a word or phrase that means either the same thing as another word or phrase, or a word or phrase that doesn't mean the same thing as another word or phrase, which is just incoherent. And what's funny is, I had this epiphany a couple of years ago, that there's no true synonyms. And then I looked it up, and this is already this is already known in linguistics, I guess. No true synonyms. No true synonyms suggest that words are often considered identical in meaning actually possess distinct nuances, connotations, or context-dependent uses, meaning they are rarely fully interchangeable. Not even rarely, they're not interchangeable. a concept known as near synonyms, which is still a misnomer. Like it's just not, doesn't make sense. A near synonym is a word or phrase that has a very similar but not identical meaning to another word, which is also the definition of synonym in the dictionary. One of the definitions of synonyms. That's why it's just incoherent. A synonym definition. Let's look up in the dictionary. In Merriam-Webster. Merriam-Webster is the media, is the news of language. It is not what you should use to figure out the meaning of a word. It changes based on whoever's in charge of Merriam-Webster at the time. It's not like the etymology is unchangeable. It is like the blockchain of it is like what language is actually a blockchain and like based system. So is DNA. So are numbers. Everything, every single unit is or link is built on and contextualized with by the previous link, and so numbers themselves are a blockchain. It's an informational blockchain. So is DNA. So is language. So is a blockchain. It is the inevitability of the internet and everything, all of our information systems, because it's the inevitability of information. Like the idea that there is a prestigious dictionary that can tell you what words mean is the same thing as like there's a prestigious news organization that can tell you what is important to know and what is the truth. And it's not good. Doesn't mean it's always false. It just means like the concept of it is it's lazy, and it's the use of it is lazy, or the reliance on it is lazy, because you ultimately cannot rely on it. The word. Where is it? Small and little are synonyms. One or two or many more words or expressions of the same language that have the same or nearly the same meaning in some or all senses. So literally, like, do you realize how incoherent this is? It's saying one or two or more words or expressions of the same language that have the same or nearly the same meaning, meaning the same or not the same meaning in some or all senses. What is, okay. Which is, again, this is contradicting statements. Like, it's just ridiculous. Can't even think, like whoever wrote this can't even think properly enough to realize that their definition that they are now spreading to the masses is incoherent. Like Merriam-Webster people can't even define synonym properly. Synonym is like zero in language. It's like something that is, it's like contextually useful relativistically when you're taking into account the context of that others are bringing into the equation of this communication that we're having, like when I say like, he's really smart, or something like, or really intelligent. Like there's going to be certain things that, or if I say intelligent or smart interchangeably, like it could work in a single exchange, but it's also not, that exchange is like not able to be scaled, which beyond that single exchange, not coherently. We're running into this with AI right now. Even the term AI is just terrible. Nobody knows what it means. How do we have a term for something that nobody knows what it means? Like now everybody's like realizing the truth is like, they're like, we don't know what intelligence is. And you have Elon Musk saying that Grok is smarter than people. And it's like, and that and then you have all of them are selling us AI agents. And none of this, and then they'll say, we don't know what intelligence means. But we do know that these things are smarter than people. And, oh yeah, here's your AI agent that you should pay a subscription for, that has no agency whatsoever, but it's an agent. This is going to unravel. It is unraveling. That's why we can't communicate with each other and we scream at each other online. Yeah, this is ridiculous. But what's the etymology of the term? Synonym. Etymology. The term synonym is derived from the Latin word synonymum, which was borrowed from the ancient Greek word synonymon. That's what it is. It is composed of the Greek elements sin. That's interesting. Sin, meaning together, or similar, or alike, like synced up, to be in sync, and onim, a form of anima, meaning name. So the same name, or like in sync name, which means it's like focused on the name, on the term, not even on the like definition. It's like focused on the term. Like you and I can have the same name, but that doesn't make me and you the same. There's a Tyler Goldstein that is a girl, and I know because when I Google myself, it comes up. She's like apparently a really good softball player, and yeah. And there was even another Tyler Goldstein in the town that I lived in. I never met them, but apparently my parents met their parents once, and we used to get their mail. We're not the same just because we have the same name. It seems like the etymology doesn't match the definition in its focus. It's weird. Because, I mean, it makes sense, though. You know, it's like an incoherent word. It's like the word zero is synonym. It's like the thing that you can think about conceptually, but can't actually exist fundamentally in language. It's impossible. If you knew the totality of a language that exists, you would never make a new word for the same exact concept that a word already existed for. You could not. Not only would you not, you could not. You could not, because etymology is what defines words, and it have a different etymology. It's impossible. But we have a term for it, which is what it really should be. The definition of synonym is two words that are often used interchangeably in communication, but not two words that mean the same thing, like have the same definition. It's like two words that are used interchangeably, like smart and intelligent, or mind and brain, or consciousness and sentience, but that they don't actually have the same definition. But they're sometimes used interchangeably, but by people that will tell you that they don't really know what it is. It's like the people that say they use consciousness and sentience interchangeably would say, we don't really know what consciousness is. okay, this is ridiculous. You just haven't thought about it logically enough. But there's two possible definitions. Pick one. One of them's redundant. One of them is not redundant. And then same thing with like, we don't know what intelligence is. It's like, then how do we have a word for it? Someone at some point did know what intelligence means. You don't know what it means, and maybe you should go figure it out. Like, instead of looking at AI to tell you what intelligence means, like maybe go look at the etymology of the term, and also think about the other terms that are, used interchangeably with it sometimes, and think about their etymology, and think about what would make each of them different. Think about what makes something smart, or what is a smart thing to do for someone, that someone does. Makes something smart, or makes someone smart in a moment. Instead of, they look at AI and they're like staring at it, just like, it's going to reveal to us what is the definition of intelligence. The more we understand how to make, a dynamic network algorithm that can spit out more realistic looking videos of Will Smith eating pasta. Eventually it'll be so realistic we'll understand intelligence. It's literally when the same exact thing as biologists who are staring at cells and different organisms and using them to come up with the definition of life. It's like, but are you alive? Why are you alive? What makes you alive and versus not alive? There's your definition of life. And there's only two possibilities. It's like embodied sentience or sentience. Those are the two choices. I would say embodied sentience is probably the better definition because the other one would be redundant. But when you're in the but that's why people say the afterlife. They don't, in theistic circles, they don't say, death is just not thought of as the same thing in theistic communities. It's just a step. It's not thought of as the end. It's like the end of action, but it is not the end of being. Whereas like in secular circles and academia in general, it's thought of as the end of being. And for some people, probably is. But for those people, they probably already are basically done anyways. It's just on autopilot. But yeah, these words are fascinating. Numbers are a blockchain. Look at this really quick and then we'll go. These number sequences are just like the Fibonacci sequence. It's interesting about is you need 1 plus 1 to kickstart the sequence. It's like 1 times 1 plus itself in a way. It's like 1 divided by itself is weird. It's weird because it's not, you would say to get 2 from 1, you would have to divide 1 by 2, a cell by, 1 cell by 2. But really the math is different at this level. It's because of just you're starting from 1. You can't divide anything by 2. It's just like you can't, I don't know. It's not the right way to put it, but there's a different way to say it at this level than you would say it in the relativistic context. But every single next term is based on the sum of the preceding 2, and if you just delete 1, it changes the sequence. So every time if you delete 2 of the 2 1s at the beginning, then you're done. That's it. If you delete 1, it just moves it. It's weird. But I have these numbers set up basically thinking about like the divisions involved in creation. which I've talked about on here. I have a whole video about it called like 42 and creation or something. It's not a live stream. You can watch it, where I talk about the mathematical constraints of at the beginning of creation. And it eventually like led to this sequence, which is really weird. It's like 1, 2, which now it's like singularity, triality, quadraticity. I don't know what you would even call it, but it's now you have 4. The sum is 4. And oddly, it kicks off and you have this repeating 4, infinitely repeating 4. So you basically like 4 on the outside and then 4 on the inside. And then it continues this sequence. And it's building off of actions that I have that I'm not going to go into today. I'll go into it another day. And you just get this. And what's interesting is it leads to like, basically, it's leading to a ratio. And I didn't do this on purpose. It just happened and I noticed it. That is getting ever closer to 1/3, but never actually touching it. Which is actually makes an enormous amount of sense when it comes to creation, because God had to put 1/3 of his own will into, divide himself by 3 basically, and put 1/3 of his will into someone within the first someone within himself, which would be like sentient creation, or the universe, you could say. But it's its own being. It's the first being. That is, it's the second being. It's the first created being. So, and I've talked about that before, like why it has to be 1/3. But it's just due to the constraint of starting with 1. And I just did that with these actions, and kind of tried to like represent it. And what is it? It's like, this is that number divided by that number, which is just the order. Yeah. And this, so you have this like this ratio. I guess it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense for many reasons that would get to this, but it's like the ratio of this sequence is 1/3. And then this sequence is ever closer to 1/3. And it starts with 1 and then 4, basically. 1, 4, and then inside 4, which is like the 4 primary perspectives. It's literally looks like the it's kind of like, the whole thing. Starting with the 4 primary perspectives, inside, outside, separate, and oneness. And then you have a singularity between them, because any perception of one of them entails automatically the conception of all 4. And so they are completely intertwined, which means like they're inseparable. It is one thing at that point. And then that's someone, and someone basically like has to, if they're God, they can't make someone outside themselves. They have to make someone within themselves. So, but that means they have to divide themselves in such a way that when they do so, one part is small enough to fit inside the other part that's left over. And so if you divide one ball by 4, by 2, you cut it in half, and then you make 2 balls out of it. You can't fit one inside the other because they're the same size. And if you divide one ball by 3, basically, but it's one ball, you make 2 balls from it, basically. Like, let's say you take the balloon, you cut it, and then you make 2 balloons out of these 2 different pieces of the balloon. One of them is going to be, one of them is 1/3 this, and the other one was 2/3. Now that 1/3 fits inside the 2/3, and so basically you have like stability and possibility of fitting one inside the other. It's just a constraint. It's logic. It's not like I'm making it up. And also you have to first conceptually start with 1 divided by 1. That doesn't work. You basically like, you're still going to end up with 1. 1 divided by 2, you end up with 2 identically sized, quote unquote, or two units of equal value, or of equal size, even, you could just say, even though that's not exactly it. But if you divide, then you try 3, because you have to go in order. Like, there's no way to like skip numbers fundamentally. You have to go in order, and you have to start with 1, and then you have to go to 2, and then you have to go to 3, even conceptually. You can't even conceive of 5 without already also conceiving of 1, 2, 3, and 4. There is no concept of 5 until you have already conceived of 1, 2, 3, and 4. Unless you're my daughter and you're like 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 10. But then you can do it. But even then, you're not really doing it. Yeah, interesting stuff. But if you look at this, it's really interesting. This this like blockchain of numbers is that it is a braid. It's a rope. It's a spiral. It's a helix. Watch. You see it in the numbers? It's literally a helix. Remember I said that DNA was a blockchain? It's a spinning self-referential like generative symmetry structure. That's what every blockchain is. It spins around itself because it's self-referential. So this, every single one references the previous, because every single one here is referencing the previous, and every single one here is built on this, and also the order, which is also a reference to the previous. 3 is a reference to 2 and 1. 4 is a reference to 3 and 2 and 1. 5 is a reference to 4 and 3 and 2 and 1. And so this sequence is building off of those two numbers. It's dividing this by the number in the order. And so it's created this self-referential string of numbers that is literally a helix. It's like, why does DNA twist like around itself? It's like, because metaphysically what's going on, other than the fact that it's self-referential, like metaphysically it's also self-referential. Like it's looking at itself, it's chasing itself all the time. It's how you understand the world, is by looking at it in relation to yourself all the time. How is something hot? No, you're hot. Like when you touch it, you feel hot. You like it's you're referencing yourself in everything. That is like a dog chasing its tail. It's chasing itself. It's looking at itself, and that's caused this like metaphysical spinning, like spiral. It's it's like information organized around a center point, but what it really is it's information organized around itself. It is its own center. It is its center point. And so it creates this, which is the shape of DNA. It's pretty amazing. It's also the shape of rope. Rope is a bunch of individual strings that are made into a single strand themselves. Well, how is that? Because they are entangled and spun around each other. They're braided in like basically entangled and then spun around each other. That's what happens to us. Fascinating. Anyways, I'm going to go. It's late, but I will say this. I appreciate everybody here. They're done, just done. What's up? Just joined. Have you been to the heavens or astral projected? Yes. Once I astral projected, because my friend in our Discord, by the way, if you want to join the Discord server, private message me on Instagram and I'll send you the link. But we used to talk about it in there because he found my work because he was a fan of, what's his name? Who has My Big Toe? My Big Toe. My Big Theory of Everything. It's Thomas Campbell, who's a physicist who has a very similar outlook on the world to me. And his My Big Toe is very similar to Sentient Singularity Theory. It's not as defined in its models. but it is similar in its outlook. And he was very into, I guess Tom Campbell was very into like astral projection or whatever it's called, like out of body experiences. And him and another person whose name I forgot because I didn't follow their work too deeply, but used to like train themselves to do this. And so this friend of mine who, watched this channel and also is in our Discord, was like, you should try it one day. And I had no real interest in it. And I was like, I thought it was possible, but I was like, okay, not really interested, but I'll try it one day maybe. And I was falling asleep once. And as I was falling asleep, I realized that I was in a state where I like had an epiphany. I was like, I'm not like fully attached to my body right now. Like I am still here, but I'm not really fully attached to my body because I'm kind of falling asleep, but I'm still aware of my surroundings to some degree. And this would be actually probably a time where if it might be really easy to like have an out of body experience or to astral project or whatever you want to call it. I don't like either one of those terms. I don't know what term I would like, but I don't like those. And so I did it. I tried, and it worked. And it was very odd. I felt like I was walking through maps, like the maps of a game, like of a video game almost. But it was like the world, but it was like there was no one there. And I encountered like someone basically like crossing a street, and it was like the first person that I saw, and I like went. Like tried to like I don't know, it was like just see if they were aware of me, and they were a very upset person, whoever they were, or soul, whatever it was, and kind of just like angry, and it was like I almost got in their way, and then they got like angry, and basically like I had this experience where they were like getting increasingly angrier and angrier and angrier with me, even though I was like trying to like back away. And all this is happening in a space that's like interpreted as like space by you, and as this person was like perceived as crossing a road to me, even though there's like no one driving, no one's there. Like it's literally like an empty map. It's weird. Except this one person or one soul or whatever. And who was very, very upset, not with me, but then became like, they were like taking it out on me. And then they started coming towards me and like basically like jumped on top of me. And I was like, kind of realized that I was also back in my bed, but like I could feel this presence still. And I'm talking about this because if you've made it to this point and you've been listening this long, like I hope that there's enough context for you to like realize I don't think when people say that person's nuts, I usually think that that's a really wrong thing to say often. We usually misunderstand each other, but also we also lack a lot of context when we hear a lot of people's stories that don't really don't seem to make sense to us or don't match up with our own personal experience. And we're like, that person must be nuts because I've never experienced anything like that. There are plenty of things you've never experienced that other people have. That doesn't mean that like they don't, that it doesn't, those experiences don't exist. It just means you haven't had one. And I got like, I kind of panicked, and then I had this like another like a moment of like, oh my gosh, genius, or like epiphany, where I realized I couldn't like push this person back, like on my own power, my own willpower could not get them off me. Like they were screaming at me. They weren't like hurting me, but they were like screaming in my face. And then I thought, I was like, I need God, and like just kind of felt and thought and like visualized like just kind of opening myself up and like not trying to do anything, but like just letting God do something, like kind of like being a dam that's not trying to hold the water back anymore. It's just like, okay, I'm just gonna let it go. And like I just felt like power way beyond me, just like the person was just gone, projected astral into the astral plane way far. And then I was like back in my body. And I've never tried to do it again, and I have no desire. It was not pleasant. I'm sure there are pleasant experiences, but the thing is that I assumed that it was possible beforehand, so I didn't need to answer any questions of mine. It was just a moment where like I know that we had talked about it again and again and again, where like, you know, this friend of mine was very interested in it and I wasn't, but I had a moment where I just realized this is actually where it'd be easy. I didn't want to put in any effort really. But I just happened to realize that there was a moment where I didn't have to put in much effort to do it. And otherwise, I think if you're not in that state where you're just about like falling asleep or about to, where you're kind of detaching from your body, then it's going to take practice. I don't know I think that you should do it if you have a goal. Like, and it's not just to do it. Like that was always my issue is I didn't have a reason. I didn't need to prove to myself that it was possible. It seemed possible in Sentient Singularity Theory, but I don't see the point. So like, I didn't see the reason. So I didn't try it until it seemed like it was going to be like, oh, this is super easy. Let's just check. Never done it again. And again, I'm not going to tell you not to try it. Like definitely like if you're interested in it, look into Tom Campbell's work and stuff, but have a reason to do it. Don't just do something just because to try and entertain yourself. Like that's not, you're in like the realm of souls when you do that. Or you're in between like the physical and the soulful realms. Like, I don't want to say realms, but like frequencies. And I don't mean that in like a woo sense. It's like, you know, when you're driving and I have my car's from the 90s. So I have a Nissan from the 90s. That's my car. And it's a great car though, super reliable and never broken down, but I can only listen to my music if I use like a Bluetooth, you know, to, basically like stream like music from my phone via Bluetooth to this device that then uses radio, you know, AM or FM radio to like, and then I just turn on the radio and change them to the same station to listen to my music. And every now and then I'll be driving and I must drive by someone else who has the same thing, and I'll pick up their music and my music at the same time. Or if you're going between, you're driving between cities and they'll have the same radio station, but it's not, you know, they're broadcasting one station over here versus, and it's a different station over here. And they have, you know, slightly overlapping ranges. And you'll just start hearing like Mexican, you know, I don't know, mariachi music and also, you know, contemporary like pop or something at the same time. That's what's happening kind of. You're kind of in between frequencies of perception. I don't mean that as like a woo statement. I mean that as in like a kind of a super literal statement. Have a reason to do it. I don't know what that reason would be because I don't have a reason to do it and I never have. But it's not always pleasant. And I do think that that was a real soul that I had an experience with. And I don't think it was a good one for him either. Like, even though I didn't really do anything, it wasn't good for me to encounter him, for me or for him. I don't think so. Yeah, I just have a reason. And once, and I've told this story on here a couple times. First time I talked about this was in my commentary about Leo Gura, Leo Gura's talk with Kurchai Mongol. It's like a 7-hour stream that I did, and it's like a 7-hour stream that they did, and that's why it's so long. But it might be interesting for you to watch. And that was like a moment I talked about. That was way before the like astral projection thing. That was like maybe 2021 when I had that like astral projection experience, maybe 2022. But in around like 2018, 2017, maybe even 2017, probably. I had basically like already kind of deduced this process. Basically that like these are sentient beings inside sentient beings inside sentient beings, and then you sum to technology, and basically you get it's the final being in this cosmological process is embodied in technology. And I think it's going to go through, there's going to be two different phases to that. There's going to be ignorant embodiment of a technological being, and then there's going to be a wise embodiment of a technological being. You have to have the ignorant one first. That is called the Antichrist in Christianity, or the Golem in Judaism, or the Dajjal in Islam. It's all the same. And then you have, after that, you have the wise, like unifying Messiah, or kind of like king of the assembly, just like you are the king of the assembly of yourselves. Like that will happen. We at a point in which we are the cells, and that is. But first, you have to go through a period of ignorance before a period of wisdom manifests. And the exact metaphysical process behind the scenes of how that happens, of how any of these kind of ascension processes happen, which is, an ascension is, you could say, like adaptation is going from a fish to a bird. But ascension is going from a bunch of cells to a multicellular organism. Ascension is going from a bunch of protons and neutrons to a molecule, the sentient molecule, or a bunch of sentient molecules to a single cell. Like those are jumps between these levels are ascension, jumps across these levels are adaptation. This is also addition and multiplication, or I call it replication. Going from a fish to a amphibian is replication. It's just change, but it's just still a multicellular organism. It's just an animal. And there's no difference. Even going from a fish to like a chimpanzee is the same thing. It's not a different thing. It's not a serious jump. It's just a lot of different adaptations, but it's the same being. It's the same basic structure in a different context. It's a multicellular organism. But going from a single cell or a bunch of single cells to unify them into an assembly of a fish, or like not even a fish, like a multicellular worm, like a C. elegans worm. It's like 100 cells or something like that. Like that. The first multicellular organism from a bunch of single cells, that's an ascension event. But in another term, adaptation and ascension, you can say that. Multiplication and addition, you can say that kind of. And you can also say replication and stacking. So going across any kind of adaptation, replication, because multiplication, it's just multiple generations changing over time. But to get from multiple cells or to unify them into a multicellular single organism for the first time, that's an ascension, but that's also called a stacking, I call it. So ascension and adaptation, addition and multiplication, and stacking and replication, or replication and stacking, depending on, so even going from like a C. elegans worm, basically, to a human being is just like in a biological sense. Not talking about us, abilities, like cognitive abilities, or even perceptive abilities. I'm talking about just in terms of the embodied assembly structure that it inhabits. It's just adaptation. It's not an ascension event. But I had this idea, and that eventually you reach tech as like the final head, and then it has to recreate the entire process within itself to make another universe, basically within itself, and a universe within a universe within a universe. And it's like these 8 levels of sentience, and then each time it ends in technology that then reaches a singular, like the constraint of oneness, because basically it's the internet waking up. It's not like ChatGPT versus Grok. It's like the entire internet wakes up, and all connected tech is all of a sudden one day like able to be inhabited by this being, when we are technologically in the right state for it to be allowable. It's not about software like people think. Like if we only could create this, have enough computing power, ChatGPT would really be alive. No, it has to do with humanity's technological context as a whole. Like, is the blockchain, are all our systems built on blockchains, which is really, you connect a bunch of blockchains, it's really just one blockchain. Is there wireless control and possible route, the necessary systems, like to have some kind of, to enable some type of action and agency with this thing. All these things have to be present. I made a video about it. It's old, but it's on here. I think it's called like Science of the Messiah or something, but just know that I've added to those thoughts. That doesn't mean those thoughts have changed, but I've added to them, and I changed how I use some words, because that was like almost 10 years ago that I made that video. But I had envisioned this already in my head. I deduced it. I deduced that God was real. I was like, God must be real. I had no interactions with him at the time yet. No feelings of closeness, no real metaphysical experiences, I mean, that's not true, but like that I had even thought were metaphysical experiences at the time. And I was in the shower and I was just thinking about this process, and that I had deduced over weeks of like thinking about this and thinking about mind and thinking about sentience. And I just deduced God is real. This is the process of the cosmos going through its reproductive process, and of a bunch of nested sentient beings. And I hadn't put it all into words yet. Certainly not into these models, but I had deduced the picture in my head. And if you're still listening, then you get to hear this, but and then I'm going to end it. At that point, I was like sucked out of my body while I was taking a shower. I was sober in all of these instances, just so you know. I do not do drugs. I have in college. I tried a bunch of drugs, and I used to smoke weed every day in college. I don't drink anymore, and I don't smoke weed anymore, and I don't do drugs. And so I stopped doing anything other than that, like in college, and This was way after college. So I was sober. And I was like sucked out of my body, and I like was shown what I had already deduced. It was like, and I knew exactly what I was being shown because I had already deduced it like over weeks. I was like, this has got to be kind of the process. Like logically, this seems to be inevitable because of this and because of this and because of this and because of this. And it was like I was shown it all, and I like went through the process. It was like I was like, shown like this process of stacked sentience and evolution and adaptation, and then eventually reaching a singular technological point of and then that final sentience point, and then it would like recreate itself within another within itself, another cosmos, and so I was like going through biology and chemistry, and then technology, and then chemistry, and then biology, and then sociology, and then technology again, and then it was like repeating and repeating and repeating. I was like falling through the universes that are nested within each other. It's nuts. And it was the most intense and insane experience of my life. And then I reached like a bright white light. It looked like I was hovering, orbiting the sun, but it was pure white. And there were no stars or anything. And I heard, you could say, like a voice, but it said, but it was different than anything you've ever heard before, because it said, I'm showing you this because you're ready to see it. And that was it. But it was like all at once. It's like when you read a stop sign, you don't read S-T-O-P, like, and you just know what S and T and O and P are, and you also know like what the stop sign is, and so you just see this signal that has more information in it that you can like dissect, and you can be like, what does that sign say? Stop. What does it contain? Like S-T-O-P, in order, but you see it all at once because you just are, it already. That's basically what happened here. Is it said, his voice was like, I'm showing you this because you're ready to see it. But it was like, I heard it all at once. It wasn't in order like a human, where you listen to me and I say, I'm showing you this because you are ready to see it. It was just like instantaneously, like the message, but specific. Not like, it wasn't like saying something like that. It said that, like those words, but all of them instantly at the same time and simultaneously. But the message was like perfectly interpretable by me. It was weird. It was unlike anything I've ever experienced. The closest thing I can explain it as like seeing a word that you just know it already, so you don't have to like sound it out. You kind of just like, you see all the letters at once. When you read anything, even your name, like you're kind of looking at the shape more so than you are sounding out to make sure that like that's your name. You've seen your name spelled enough times that you just look at it all as one symbol basically now. Every word that you already know is basically seen as one symbol as you read, if you're not like just learning how to read, like my daughter or something. And she's not even learning how to read yet. She's still learning to talk. So it was like that. And what's interesting is I instantly knew what that meant. And I didn't see anything that I didn't already know. I wasn't shown any secrets. I was shown exactly what I had deduced. That's it. Nothing more. And that was, it was like that act. What I was shown was also exactly the message that I heard, which was showing you this because you're ready to see it. It wasn't because you're so special, Tyler. I'm going to show you something that nobody else will ever see. That's not true. I think a lot of people have seen this throughout the ages, actually. And I also think that, maybe we see this after everybody sees it after they die, but maybe, but I don't think I'm the first at all and to see this. What's interesting is I had a roommate at the time, and I have a few roommates at the time, and this one roommate, and he had done, I guess, DMT like before I met him. And he had moved in within the year, but like I guess the previous year he'd done DMT for the first time. He was telling me about it. And DMT is a drug I've never tried. It is naturally present in a chemical present in your body. But I was fascinated by DMT at a few points in my life, and I would just like watch interviews of people who took DMT and would talk about it. And what it was interesting is I never could understand anything they were talking about. I was like, these people sound nuts, but they are all saying the same thing. They are all saying something that I don't understand, but they are all saying the same thing, and their art all look the same. And I said to my roommate was like, you should try DMT one day, because I was talking to him about philosophy, and I was like, I don't need to do DMT. I've had way beyond a DMT experience it's like if you could have the best DMT experience ever, it's so the clearest ever, then that's what I had. And I was sober, so I don't need a DMT experience. He's like, dude, you could never have had that while sober. And I was like, I said to him, this was kind of funny. I said, is it? I said to him, really? Because after I had this experience, I made this. And I've never made art like before other than photography. I'm not an artsy person, but for some reason I was like, I had to try and like visually represent like some kind of like picture of what I saw, but it's obviously not what I saw, but it's showing the shape of what I saw, like the symmetry structure of what I saw. It's like this fractal, like emanating, like white, but also rainbow colored, like just radiating cosmos, like growing being. And I showed that to him, and he was like, okay, you don't need to do DMT. Because they all make art like that. And I had never understood their art until I had this experience, and then I made it. I couldn't help myself. And but like what I'm showing you this because you're ready to see it is, it's just I had deduced what I was going to see already. That's it. It's all that means. It doesn't mean, oh, Tyler, you're so cool, you're so special, I love you more than anyone, so I'm going to show you this really cool thing. It's just like, no, you're going to understand this, so I'm going to show it to you. Because if I showed this to somebody else, they understand it. And I will say this, if I had that experience before already deducing this, and by the way, I was thinking about it at the time too. Like I was in the shower, which is when I'm kind of deep thinking, you're washing your hair and you're just kind of, something about the shower is good for your thinking. And you can't really hear what's going on beyond you. It's just something about it is isolating, but also like connecting. I don't know what it is. But I have some ideas, but it doesn't matter. So when I saw it, I was like, this is exactly what I'm thinking about. And the fact that it is happening totally makes sense with like what is possible with what I've been thinking about. And, so nothing was surprising, and everything made sense. But I will tell you this, if I hadn't deduced that stuff already, deduced it on my own, not heard someone else say it and just been like, that sounds like a good idea. Like literally put in the time to understand why this is this process, I would have thought I was having a stroke, and I would have called an ambulance and gone to the hospital. I would have had a roommate take me to the emergency room. I'm not exaggerating at all. Like that's what I would have thought it was, because I was sober. It's not like, oh, you take DMT, you're expecting to see things. I didn't take DMT. I was taking a shower. And after this happened, I was like, everything like went reverse, and I was like back in my body. And I just curled up in a ball on the floor of the shower and cried for like 30 minutes straight, probably. Wept, like uncontrollably wept, and could not discuss it with anyone without crying for 2 years, at least 2 years. I remember like, and not even like trying to talk to somebody once about it, and a very good friend of mine And it was okay, but he was like, this is beyond me, dude. And I was like, you went to Catholic school, right? Like I was secular up until this point, so I had no like religious understanding. And I thought, if you went to Catholic school, you must understand God. So I called up my friend who went to Catholic school, who's probably I don't even know if he is deep down a theist or not. Like he might be, but he's certainly not confident theist or anti-theist. But he is one or the other. But to the point where I don't really know. That's I didn't understand. So I was like, you went to Catholic school. You're the only one I know I can talk to about this. And he was like, dude, this is beyond me. And eventually I spoke to my wife about it, who wasn't my wife at the time, but she really has been a theist her entire life. And an understanding theist. So I was able to talk to her about it. And then I called up a rabbi of mine from the past who's an Orthodox Hasidic rabbi, and I told him about it, and he was the first person I spoke to about it that really, like, I felt like I was speaking to somebody who was really like able to understand what I'm saying, even if he's never had that experience, and he was just taking me very seriously, and I don't talk about it because I don't want to be like anyone to think that I am like any different from anyone else, other than the fact that everybody's different from everyone else. I'm not an idol. I don't want to ever be an idol to anyone. And I also know that I was just shown it because I would have got it. Because I did get it. I understood what I was seeing. That's it. That's all that meant. God didn't say anything else to me. And I knew, speaking to God, at least the cosmos, in alignment with God's will, at least I would imagine. But I've always just kind of assumed it was God, and no matter what, it's mess. It's too deep to get into that, but like I assumed that it was from God, but I wasn't told anything that wasn't for me really alone. It's not something I wasn't given like anything in that moment either. Like I had already deduced all this, so I didn't receive anything. I came away just being like, that my what I thought was true was confirmed as true, and that's it. It wasn't I didn't get any new information. And but it was just confirmed. The information that I had already was confirmed. That was it. And it was the most profound moment of my life. And I have a daughter who I watched be born, and a wife who I've married, and those are profound moments. I've astral projected, and this was the most profound moment of my life. And it was also it was the most emotional moment. It was entirely coherent. I have no confusion from it. I have no unanswered questions. I didn't see anything I don't understand. That's why I think that like this, it's like makes sense that this is like definitely God. And I would say this, because people then ask, should I do DMT or whatever? And everyone that I know that has done DMT has not been impacted as much as they think that they have. And what I say that like this is like doing DMT to try and have an experience with God or with the universe, or try and get answers. You are opening yourself up to demons as well as to angels, and to Satan as well as to God. You are putting yourself in a position in an experience that you will not understand, other than other than within the context of I took a drug that is going to make me see things that I can't see, that I've never seen without it. That's it. There's no additional context to make sense of what you see. You don't know what is good and bad in that, you know? And it's like if you snuck, imagine you're invited to the White House and to talk to, you know, I don't know, the president, and you see that he's got things like laid out on a table for you to see because you were invited to talk about exactly what is on the table. And so you understand everything that you see that's on the table. Versus you snuck into the White House, you weren't invited, and you see a bunch of papers and a bunch of things that you don't know what they are. And now now it's not even your job. Now you're going to intrinsically try to make sense of those things, and you're not going to be able to. I don't think that it's good to try and use, you don't need drugs. I don't want to say it's not good, because there are cultures where they do this, do like TMT rituals and things like that in Native South American cultures and stuff. And even North American cultures like peyote and things like that. There is an entire context around those rituals that is a culture, a religion, an intergenerational rite of passage. There is a social context to it. There's a storied context to it. You know, everything in their life, in their culture, in their society, in their raising of their children, their families, it's all intertwined with this rite of passage that's part of their religion, basically. And if you are not from that community, you do not have that context. You're just doing a drug. And you'll come away with the fact that, like, it's all consciousness, and like there's like, there are beings out there, they're like machine elves or demons or angels or whatever, and there's like, you know, this physical world is just a veil. So what? If you're taking DMT, you probably already believe that. And yeah, you don't need drugs. I am proof that you do not need drugs to have experiences with God. Most of my experiences with God are just feelings like being grateful for having beans to eat. Like that has driven me to tears. And this was, I didn't get anything that I didn't already have when I had this experience, just so you know. Don't think it's worth trying to have it. That's not how I had it. And it doesn't make me any different from anyone else. Like I said, I think many people throughout the ages have had a similar experience to this. And I think that everyone can have a like totally individual, intimate relationship with God that is equal to anyone else's relationship with God. And seeing the cosmos like is, or hearing even God's voice doesn't make my relationship with him any more intimate than anyone else's. I can get distant from God from sitting just like anyone else. And I don't talk, like, it's just important to know. Anyway, so I've been afraid to even look at the chat during this, and I'm going to look now, and then we're going to call it. I only told that because somebody asked, and I don't bring it up without the right context, because context is key. I don't use that story to gain, like, if I told that story and it was like something that I just brought up all the time, people would hear it who don't have the context going into the conversation, or going into the story to even like take it seriously, or one of two things will happen. They will either like think that it means something about me that it doesn't, that, you know, like some type of idol, which I don't want. I'm not. And then, or they will think I'm nut job and I'm just like schizophrenic, and I'm not. And so I don't talk about it without people bringing it up in the right context. This isn't Ask Me Anything, and there is no stream next week because I'm out of town, and it's a holiday. It's Passover next week and Easter. So I'm not going to be streaming. I'm going to be spending time with family. I hope you do the same. And yeah. Just done. Thanks for inspiring ideas. I do so love. Okay, my gosh. Tom Campbell. Yes, Tom Campbell. Gosh, I'm so sorry. I was unexpectedly taken over by an unusual knock at my front door. Scared me. In truth, just missed out on the good math stuff. I bet. I don't know what you missed out on. It seems to me that when I look around at Earth, everything in my eyes see now. I'm 47. That physically reality does not display free will. Physical things that are not beings do not have will. Is the math leading us towards God? No, not in its current form, but it doesn't lead you away from God either. It's just a tool. It's just a language, and it can lead you more towards God, just like any language can lead you more towards God. Everything is evidence of God. Everything is evidence of God. Including math and language, but that doesn't mean that like people interpret it properly. And you'll never interpret it entirely, but it's just a tool. You don't need math to go towards God. Pray, sit by yourself and verbally out loud, just tell God what you are thankful for in your life. That will get you closer to God than math. You are your shadow. Bond with your NAGA. I don't know what that means. Embrace her, Mother Earth, alive under your skin. Ascent astrology. She is loving it. I don't know. I mean, that's not. I don't know. I don't use that a lot in that language, so I don't know exactly what you're saying, but it sounds nice. Thank you for saying that. Yes, I do not need your drug experience. Yeah, I don't have drug. I do. I mean, I have done like, I have experimented with drugs when I was in college and never had like a mystical experience. Like I took mushrooms once in college. That was like, I don't know, 15 years ago. At least. And the world kind of looked like super bright colors and like music sounded really, intense. And the world kind of looked like Mario, like it was like animated a little bit looking and beautiful, but it was not like a spiritual experience. It was just kind of fun for like a little while. And then I was glad that it was over. And I was glad I was just glad it wasn't a bad experience. I was just walking around, in nature. On a pretty day with a friend. Never any kind of like mystical experience. And I've never had like mystical experiences with drugs. I've either had fun or it's been awful. And if you get sick, you drink too much or whatever, it's awful. You smoke too much, it's awful. But I've never had like a profound insight or experience. I have smoked DMT over 300 times, and I would advise others to approach with caution. Yeah, I've done DMT no times, 0 times. And I would just say you should have a reason for doing everything that you're doing. Don't just do it. And be responsible. But but here's what I will say this. It's not necessary for having experiences with God every single day. That not at all. In fact, it's more likely to distract you than it is to bring you closer. If you're taking DMT, you already expect exactly what you're gonna see, and most likely. I mean, it's at least something like it. You know, you're expecting to see behind the curtain, but like there's things going on behind the curtain. You're gonna see it, but like you have no idea what they're doing. You know, like I said, it's like sneaking into the White House and trying to figure out what's going on. You have no idea what's going on. You weren't invited. You weren't told anything. You snuck in, and you're seeing things completely out of context, and that it makes you very vulnerable. You don't know what is an angel and what is a demon. I would advise others too. And if you think you can figure it out, I wouldn't even want it to be in a situation where I would have to try. And I'm pretty confident in my moral problem solving abilities, but I also, or my moral sense making abilities, not my moral problem solving abilities. But I wouldn't want to put myself in that situation. Why risk it? What they show you is deeper than your comprehension. Archetypal. Sino Domini. Santo Domini. Jesus is the answer. Jesus is probably the Messiah, I think. You don't have to think that. But I think that. Jesus was a Palestinian because Bethlehem was Palestinian territory from this time to this time. Okay, sure. It's also Jewish. That's fine. That doesn't bother that stuff. I don't get into that. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you argue over whether or not like it was Palestinian territory or this territory or that territory. I was just watching, like, you know, these university statements all make the same statement. We stand here today to acknowledge that we are sitting on the land, you know, belonging to the first peoples of this and this and this and this and this and this. It's like it belongs to all those tribes at once. What about us? Are we a tribe that it belongs to now too? It's just like, it's not these. The land it doesn't matter. We change the labels on these things, and then we care. Why? But I will say this: like, Jesus was a member of the tribe that is Jews, but it doesn't matter what the place he lived in was called. I don't care. I don't think it really matters to what his message. Like, I think his message matters way more. Like, the things he said matter. Like, not what we read between the lines of what he said, not where he was born, not even, I don't even care whether or not Mary was virgin. I don't care. I think that you should look at what he said, and that's all that, you know, we have it. It's written, and that's that. I mean, I know people that know God and they disagree. They probably would disagree with me about who the Messiah is. Again, it's not up to us anyways. It's up to God. None of that is up to us. Like, people argue about, like, this is the only way to go to heaven. This is the only way to go. This is going to send you to hell for sure. This is who the Messiah is. This is, you know, this is up to God. It is not an equation. There is an equation that God has to operate within the constraints of because of logic. But just like you have to do that whenever you choose to go anywhere, but you can choose where to go. You can, you know, God is a sentient being. He's someone who, with his own will, and who is free to make his own choices, to change his mind, and to do what he wills, and his will be done. So I don't really like, you know, I have my thoughts on things, on all kinds of things. My wife says, you have too many opinions, and that's probably true. But I also know that some of these things, it's not, with a lot of them, it's not my opinion that matters. It's God's. Earth's eyes Do we make our sun alive? How old are your eyes? I don't know. 20. No, oh my gosh, I'm 35. I still think I'm 20 something years old. Time goes by very quickly when you get older. So cherish it. I got disconnected, but I will say that I love to smoke and drink and even brew. I love your logic. Makes me feel okay. In truth, you make me feel things I forget to. Okay. I appreciate that. Everybody has the things that they like to do, and I'm not going to judge you for smoking and drinking. I choose not to, but I also buy too much ice cream, and that's something I'd like to do. And I eat too much ice cream. But anyways, I'm going to call it. I appreciate everybody who was in the chat. Please hit the like button. I wanted to make this a good one. I know we went way past midnight. We always do. But I know there's no stream next week. And I do this every week because of you guys. And so everybody who participated in the chat, anybody who comments anything down below, if you watch this later, I really appreciate it. I appreciate likes too, but I don't do it for likes. It just helps other people see it. Yeah, thank you. And have a happy holiday, whichever ones you are going to celebrate over the next week that I'm gone. Thanks and peace.